Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears as tonight we get into time travel, aliens, and a lot more with author, researcher, experiencer Diane Tessman. Dirty Filth is here, drawing up another nice cartoon for all of you, and all of you are here as well. Let's get started, shall we? We got Race Fan in the gold medal position. Penny Van with the silver. Derek Galloway with a nice bronze medal. Hello there, Eric Markham. Good to have you back. Roy Boy, Susie B, and Brown Dwarf. Nice to see you. D. Cohen, Rui from Portugal. Thank you for coming on in. DC, what's happening? Michael Morris, Paramarv, Michael Godbold. Thank you for coming on in. Hi, Monica, Matt Geek, Sandy B, and wow, Vera Ray is back. Let's all wave to Vera Ray. She always waves back. Tim Mothman, how you doing, buddy? And Luscious Jules, good to see you. Lisa C, thanks for coming on in. There's Larky Derry and Jessica S. Jessica S. We'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Here we go with number 26 in your program, number 1 in your heart, starting at left wing from Stockholm, Sweden. Lars Janssen, there he is. Human Carl, good to have you here. Crystal J, Pixie Lara, thank you for coming on in. Mark Ellens, Thurston Howell III, good to have you both here. Hi, Robert Lamoth. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. And here we are continuing on. Human Carl, thank you so much for that super chat and kicking things off tonight. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much. W. David Page, Millennium, Daryl Zerdline, how are you? Daryl will be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Amy, Vegas, oh, yes, she will be partying with us at our second annual fan party at the Golden Nugget. We miss you, Amy. You are amazing. Jessica McCreary, nice to see you. John Ellis, welcome to Spaced Out Radio's chat room. And who else do we got here? Gregory 777G, Miss Anonymous, thank you for coming on in. Joey Hayes, good to have you here. Sweet Donna C, always a pleasure to have you. Dogface Simon in Australia. Vinman, how you doing, buddy? Matthew Goodka, War Criminal. Raymond L, good to have you all here. Sir Pent, thank you for coming on in. Hi, Nancy Thames. And Bones. And Zen One, good to have you all here. Hi, Sparkles, how you doing? Von Patrick, good to see you. Mothwing, Mennonite Abe, where you been hiding? Good to see you, buddy. YJ Overlander, how you doing? Took 85 gigawatts to get back here. Yes. How's the snow up there, buddy? Yeah, we're in for another foot, by the way, down here. Super Duke. How you doing, buddy? Simon James Tatt, welcome to SOR chat. Thank you for coming on in. Anonymous Rex, Mr. Timmy, how you doing? And who else do we have? Rugged Source, good to see you. And Science Melinda in Australia, thank you for joining us. Penman, Dennis Banky, thank you for coming on in. Ray Finn, how you doing, bud? Science Bob, how are you, buddy? Good to have you here, Science Bobbert. And who else do we have? Oh, Science Bob with a nice little super chatty there. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. I tried calling you earlier, but you weren't picking up your phone. Hold on. Let's start the radio side so we can let Bill WD-40 in so he can lube us up for tonight's show. And who else? We have Diesel Girl. Welcome back, Michael Fontaine. Good to see you. And let's see here. Digger Dog. Dr. Steers, how are you? Good to have you here, my man. It's been a while. Thank you for coming on in. Greenfield Drone, how you doing? Flying with the Chinese drones lately? Rono good to have you here, buddy. All right, we got 20 seconds. The super chat is open. Our store is open at spacedoutradio.com for you to get all of your really cool swag. Help support us as well. And don't forget, we got Vegas coming up. Check your ticker below if you want to know what's up. Come see Science Bob and all of us. Until then, horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We are getting deep into time travel and aliens tonight. Author, researcher, and experiencer Diane Tessman is here. She'll be with us momentarily. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey. And from there, little Timmy Senor is going to join us. We'll probably have some random guy getting into UFOs on the UFO Report. Diane Tessman has had 2 childhood abductions encounters in which she was told, "We are from your future." People tend to assume then that her investigation and research over 45 years is not to be trusted because she sounds like a true believer, heaven forbid. But she requires physics and other science and has been rigorously skeptical, as any investigator should. One of her goals is to explain why we have to separate our subjective feelings from objective thinking and logic. Diane's scientific research has arrived at the likelihood that it's extratempestials in our skies. She wrote a paper outlining why UFO occupants might be us for the future for the APRO Bulletin in 1981. She has also written books on the spiritual side of contact and the evolution of our consciousness, but these days she's working on more of a scientific approach. First time ever on Spaced Out Radio, Diane Tessman. It is an incredible pleasure to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, well, I'm very happy to be here.
I want to ask you right off the bat, to get my audience to learn a little bit more about you. You had 2 encounters as a child. What happened?
Yes. Well, I was on the first one, I was out playing with my dog on a November evening, and the next thing I knew, I had this strange experience. The second one was up at Eagle Lake, Canada, Ontario, Canada. My family had gone up there for just an overnight vacation. We lived in North Iowa, and the same being appeared in the cabin that I was alone in. My mother should have been there, but they, I guess, were in stasis or something. I don't know, but I was in there alone. And the same being that I met on what I think was a ship the first time came in the door. And and I don't remember. I underwent hypnosis with Dr. Leo Sprinkle, who became a good friend on the first one, but I haven't had the second one uh, hypnotized or me hypnotized about the second one for regression. But I do remember consciously what the being looked like, the who was my main abductor or guide, depending on if you want to, if it's lemons or lemonade. And he was a normal size human, but he had very mesmerizing amber, almost translucent eyes that I realized many years later maybe were artificial intelligence, but he seemed human. I had no doubt. So my encounters were not traumatic in that I didn't meet, um, in regression, I remembered two beings who weren't quite human. One was kind of more looked like a grasshopper in the head, but but he was humanoid and two legs and all. Um, but um, I don't know. But the being I met was human. He seemed human to me. He didn't stand out as scary or not what I was used to, which was humans.
How big
Those were
was
my two. Without going into too many details, that those are the two encounters or abductions.
how big was he? Or did you know it was a male figure?
Yes, yes, and he spoke to me, or it was telepathy. There was an input to it, to me. Um, he was almost reticent. He was very proper, and he wanted to impart information to me. Um, he was my dad was 6 feet tall, and I think he was maybe a little bit shorter.
Oh
I'm
wow.
not sure. It's hard for a child to judge.
And how old were you when this happened?
4 years old.
Oh goodness.
So I think that's one reason my abductions are not taken. They've never gained great fame like Travis Walton's or Calvin Parker's, which I'm grateful for mostly. Um, but I think because I was so young, people tend to think, well, a kid, she must have, been daydream or had a dream or something. But um, I also am missing this membrane in my the membrane between your gum and your no, your upper lip um, is just totally gone with me. It took me years to figure out it was gone. I didn't miss it because I didn't know it should be there. But I think they took a tissue sample. So there is near evidence. And so it was real. I did ask my parents about it, both individually and together a number of times. I said, maybe when I was a baby, um, did they? I've heard of having that just slit so a baby can suckle better. And they said, no, no. Now you had a tad of jaundice, they told us, but they were very doting parents. It was a second marriage. They were older parents and they knew what was happening with their baby. And apparently that wasn't done with me. So that's the only thing I could, they didn't know what happened, had no idea.
This obviously triggered a lifetime of questions for you. When did you start taking ufology and your own experience seriously that you needed to find more out about it?
I was always interested in, I remember loving Brad Steiger's paperbacks when I was in my teens and 20s on, those old paperback racks that they used to have. But I taught school for 11 years, first grade, and English as a second language. And so I was busy. Also, I had a small daughter, and we moved to the Virgin Islands, and I wasn't so into it. But then we moved back to Florida, and I was watching Star Trek, which I love, original Star Trek. And then I just, as a pastime from teaching, a way of getting away from it, I joined APRO. I guess I wanted to do something adult as well because I was with kids so much. But at that point, I got really deeply into it, and then I developed personal questions, but I didn't have them in my teens and 20s. It was just stashed away in my head.
Have you had any encounters with extraterrestrials since then?
I've had paranormal events, and that's a whole separate story I could, but no, not extraterrestrials. No.
So, what kind of paranormal events have you had then?
I've incidentally felt an ongoing contact with the with this original guide. Um, and for years I wrote spiritual or warnings about Earth and trying to appeal to the collective consciousness. So I wasn't a psychic, but I was on that spiritual side of things. But then I always was really very interested in science as well. But um, lately, or for the last 10 years or so, I've kind of switched over to science, even though I'm still spiritual and I still write for people that are. A few of them have held on all these years and still subscribe to a newsletter. But I've kind of switched over to all science as far as my public investigations.
Okay, so as an experiencer, you have kind of run the gamut of what's going on. You've made a lifelong commitment to trying to figure out how did you start to formulate your own idea of what aliens were, where they came from, and what they're all about.
When I got involved with APRO and briefly with MUFON, I did did have the ideas about future humans. I wrote a paper in 1981 that Carl Lorenzen with APRO actually liked a lot, and she didn't like far out things usually, but she liked it and put it in the bulletin. So I was, I can't say that I wasn't still thinking it was future humans. I do have that propensity to do that, but I know how to be objective and it's never really been about extraterrestrials as far as I'm concerned. It is for most people, for many people.
Right. I mean, so what makes you think it's not extraterrestrial? What makes you think that it's something different?
There are, if there's one question that we got to ask, and that's, is time travel possible? If it is possible, I think the most of the evidence logically, almost like investigating a murder, you look for the person that had the motivation, you check out their behavior and see if you can get hints from that. And to me, it points to future humans having a lot to do with Earth. And as far as the strange looking, well, I know Mike Masters explains why the grays and the strange looking humanoids are as they are because they're from thousands of years in our future. That's his thing, and I agree with it. But to me, there's many other reasons that just point to those being future humans and not from far distant planet that would have a different genetic code, most likely, not even DNA, and yet There's samples of DNA taken all the time. Who needs DNA? Well, if our genetic code has been damaged by nuclear war or just general nuclear contamination and um, uh, microplastics and all the things that have damaged us genetically, or maybe probably have, then they may need to replenish. Then they're not all artificial intelligence. They may need some native DNA. But okay, that sounds kind of, science fiction. But why do aliens from a far distant planet need it? Well, there's been all sorts of stories about growing humans in vats and all that, but I've never quite believed all the stories that have been told as to why real aliens would be so, because that's what most of the abductions are about, I think, is getting tissue samples and perhaps otherwise taking readings on us.
Right. So if
So
it's not alien and they are from the future, do you think they're future humans, or do
mm,
you think that they are just a different species that we haven't discovered yet?
I think they're us from the future. I don't know if you can be so specific as to say your great 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 grandchildren, because there may be a lot of years there, thousands possibly, maybe 500, when we have developed. We're making strides in science and technology, huge strides right now. We're not doing well spiritually or socially with each other, but there's quantum computers that aren't quite online yet. But man, what they'll be able to do, and I just think that we advanced. There's that Kardashev scale of advanced civilizations. I think we did that. A lot of people these days kind of think we don't deserve to go on. We've messed up a beautiful world. They, we're closer to nuclear war than we've ever been. All that kind of thing. But we can't be that. That we can't want ourselves to become extinct. Maybe we can. There may be only a few that survive. You can make up survival stories about it. Maybe they put the science in a vault and they kept it, and a few survived. Or maybe it's a beautiful society like Star Trek is back, in San Francisco. That's hard to believe, but I don't paint pictures like that in either direction. I just say, okay, here's my point one. If there is such a thing as time travel, it's their planet too. They're just making excursions. Usually they don't abduct people. Usually they're just up there and almost like army maneuvers. And well, there they go. And we go, oh my God, it's a UFO. But uh, perhaps they belong here. They just have a way of coming back in time. And then the second point is there's an irrefutable link between ourselves and UFO occupants because they're so interested in our DNA. And also, there's, whether we like it or not, we have the same roots, if they exist, Earth. And I made the point in my Future Humans book that the Nimitz pilots, played cat and mouse and they were the mouse with the Tic Tacs. And to me, that's a human. Would aliens actually play a game of top or hot dog or top dog or whatever it is? And they were playing a game of chicken with them. And there seems to be a humor there and a sense of competition. And, if they were aliens, either they might just shoot you out of the air and say, well, bye, Or they might say, "Oh, these are so warlike that these humans, they're trying to come at," they responded as humans with the Nimitz pilots, and I'm sure others, they like to play games. And point three is that the UFO occupants haven't exterminated us yet or taken over Earth, and maybe they need us in order for them to exist. And so, if that's true, that gives us a card to play. I mean, we could present ourselves. I think we need to get ourselves together and be a presentable collective species to whoever it is. And if if they need us in order for them to exist, oh, my German Shepherd is trying to break out of her kennel. Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Um,
I got two of the. I got two shepherds myself.
ah. Uh, anyway, so well, she nicely interrupted my diatribe or my whatever it is, my rant.
Oh, that's quite okay. I mean, we're going to get more into the whole time travel aspect here as we got about 3 minutes to go before we have to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Diane Tessman is our guest tonight. Did it take you a long time to come to that conclusion that maybe aliens aren't here and it is time travelers from the future instead?
Well, I always had that subjectively in my head. So, but as far as I don't know, I gathered little bits of evidence and interesting things. I know I asked Eric Davis, the physicist, a few years ago, is it future humans? And he said something like, yes, but there's more to it too. And so that, I get encouraged along the way. I know Hal Puthoff has thought of it and is interested. Jacques Vallée has always said the others of Earth. He's never really thought it. There's others of me. I'm in good company with with those three.
No, and there's a lot of brilliance there with those three as
Yeah.
well. And
Well,
when you look at everything that Eric Davis said to you regarding it could be that and possibly more, what do you think that more is?
well, that's what I don't think I'm going to tackle until we're through. It's the beings beyond. it's it's advanced civilization. Here come your aliens. It's future humans. It could be past beings of Earth that maybe took to space before the cataclysm, the big disasters back about 13,000 years ago. So extratempestrials of the past, but I don't really. And then aliens, but it's a it's on like the Cardiff scale. It's on a level. They're on advanced levels, and they know each other. And I don't think it's a federation. They probably come separately. I don't know, but that's what the book is about. The new book. Kind of goes beyond just the argument for future humans.
No, absolutely. I mean, and that's one of those debates that we're going to continue to have as we draw closer to technology in the future. I mean, with 30 seconds to go, do you think the technology is there to be able to tell what all of this is?
Well, I think we're getting there. In my Facebook group, we keep putting up advanced scientific things that are happening and saying, "Oh, well, that would work for the future humans." You can see the pathway to it. It's coming along. Eric did a thing on wormholes. He did a whole study of wormholes. He didn't make one, but nobody else has either. So,
Diane, I'm going to get you to wait right there. Diane Tessman, author, experiencer, researcher into time travel and extraterrestrials. We will be right back finding out, are there time travelers here now? We'll ask Diane when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. That was a fast first half hour.
yeah, it was. I sure hope my voice holds up.
what do I have here for you? I have one. I have
Teleported.
yes, I will try with the extratempestials. I was bugging Michael Masters last time he was on. I kept making things up, so instead of saying extratempestials, I was saying everything like extra Temptation Island terrestrials or something along those lines, right? And he just kept on cracking them up. Yeah, he'll be back on with us on Friday
Ah,
for our roundtable discussion.
you're getting into time travel. Or maybe you always were.
Oh, I believe they're here. There's two things that I have. I believe that they're here, and I also believe that if it's not true, I still want it to be true.
Yeah.
I do believe in a secret space program, and I would say that has something to do with it.
Yeah, that fits. Yeah. Just don't know what. I haven't really tried to incorporate it, but yeah.
I don't know. Way above my pay scale. Way above my pay scale.
Well, but we're invited by someone or something. It can't just be all scientists. That's one of my pet peeves.
Well, we'll get into that. We will. We will. Has the snow started there yet?
Who, me? Yeah, it's been going for for forever. Since this morning, maybe. My yard is an ice rink, so my poor dogs haven't had their regular exercise because it's really slippery.
Yeah, my area here is all how can we put it? Is all uh the plows have just kind of built up everything.
Yeah, yeah. That happens.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're supposed to get another foot here in the next 24 hours, then another foot or so on the weekend. It's like, come on, trying to get to my Sasquatch area. Hey, tomorrow is Random Guy's birthday. I think he'll be like, I don't know, 43, 44. Oh, he'll be 44. Right on, Random Guy. Right on. And yeah. Let's see here. We've got about 2 minutes to go here. And I've said hello to everybody. Dirty Filth, what are you working on down there, buddy? Let's take a little peeky poo here.
Well, cartoons. Cartoons, Dave.
I know.
Daytime picture so far.
So far. I'm noticing that
and
with
happy
the sun.
name day, Random Guy. Oh, it is a nice sunny day.
A nice sunny day. I see what you're doing there. Very nice. Very nice. Dirty Filth, quickly, where can everybody find your calendar and your book?
Go to filthy.com, FYLTHY.com. Get my book, calendar, prints. Send me an email if you want.
Is your ring an eyeball?
It's looking back at you, Dave.
That is weird. That is totally weird. You missed a spot. Don't you hate that? I'm teasing you.
That's what the water's for.
You're so good. You're so good. So good. Thanks,
I'll be
Dirty
drawing
Phil.
pictures in Vegas too, buddy, old boy.
Oh, yes, you will. May 19th through 21st, which will be the second annual fan party at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. We encourage all of you to come and have a good time with us. We'll have a lot of special guests there for you. VIP packages are available until April 1st, which will include Dirty Filth pictures. And We'd love to have you all there. Go to info@spacedoutradio.com to get your tickets today and lock up what you want, because we need to have a count on the VIPs here very, very soon. We'll also be releasing our itinerary within the next couple of weeks as well. Thank you tonight to our super chatters, Human Carl, Science Bob, T. Tui, Pam H., and Deb. Thank you so much. The super chat is a great way to support what we do. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Researcher, author, experiencer Diane Tessman is here tonight. Over 45 years of research into the phenomena of time travel and the phenomena of extraterrestrials. Are one all the same? We'll find out. Diane, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's a real pleasure.
I'm happy to be here.
All right. Big question for you right off the bat. Do we have time travelers walking on the planet right now?
Yeah, I've never felt that there are individual time travelers. Like every once in a while, somebody will show up and say they're a time traveler. That's never really quite worked out. I tend to think it's almost a quasi-military, or I don't think they just come back in time when they feel like it. I think there would be regulations or something to where um, units would come back and observe or do whatever they do. Um, I don't know. I don't know why they would come and live here, or I don't think it's a casual thing, because I think there's too many pitfalls with time travel. Not that you could shoot your grandfather because you couldn't, but stuff like that. I don't think they're uh, that they mingle or come back individually. But I could be wrong. That's just an opinion.
Right. Okay. So why do you think time travelers would want to come back here? Whether it's military or whether it's for vacation. Why do you think that's going on?
Just because that's what we do. I mean, if we can do it, we'll come back and examine it. Or why do we set up military operations in Germany or Korea? Or it's just kind of our nature to spread out and not just stay where we are. If we've got the science and tech to do it, why we'll do it. And then we'll keep doing it with this project or that project. And usually it all falls apart or ends up in a war or something. But mostly just because they can would be perhaps to study um, uh, what the original DNA was like, or the original people. I mean, you could go back. I think Mike Masters was saying the other night, you can go back to any time. Once you're outside of time, you can go back so they're probably back there in ancient days too. And there's that idea we've had. Or they may be in the 1700s. Isn't there's I don't know, I think it was the 1700s. There was a big UFO flap over Hamburg, Germany, and there's that um, art that you see sometimes, an engraving or something with shooting in the sky and all sorts of craft up in the air. Um, they probably go all over the place just because they can. But I don't really know about I guess if you can fold space, you can head into far distant worlds, but that is a big, mean universe. Space is turns out to be so hard on the physical body, which might be a reason to become artificial intelligence. But yeah, just because they can answers your question.
Oh, very, very true. Very true. So the time travelers that would be here, if we could expect them to be here, you think would be more on the lines of military rather than, an ordinary family, from the future, say 3,000 years, who has the ability to go back in time for vacation.
Right. That's what I suspect, that it isn't the family, that it is yeah, so that they can keep, well, I have here guidelines that when you think about it, UFO occupants seem to have these guidelines. Don't land on the White House lawn. Do not land in the farmer's field or say hello to the village. If you really, on abductions, if you really need a sample of DNA, you must be intimidating and mysterious. Do not let them know our actual identity. Do not kill large groups of humans. Try not to kill any humans. Do not start a war or respond as if at war. If possible, strike back in clandestine ways, impose radioactivity but not a deadly amount, cause frightening paranormal events, manifest cryptids and whatnot. Using the paranormal keeps the humans effectively off balance and it serves us best. Go about your business, do not engage. It is not up to them to stop us, and they must fail if they try. Remember, Earth belongs to us, but it also belongs to them of 2023. And I made those up through observing how they act. And to me, that would be a military, some kind of discipline, not just, a family going off for a vacation.
Right, right. The idea behind the fact that the military may come back in the future, or military personnel may come back. Do you think that has to do with missions or maybe objects or technology that they are missing from the future that they may need from our timeline? Or is that a
That's a
little
thought.
too is that a little too egocentric?
That's a thought I hadn't had. I don't know. I would assume they had it because we gave it to them because it went up the line to them. The same as we have airplanes because the rights sent it up the line to us, up the human line. So I would imagine they have all of our technology and then what they've done beyond that, which was eventually probably either create wormholes or conquer warp, learn how to stop. That's a problem as I understand it. That would be bad if you couldn't stop the warp. Um, or somehow, I've also wondered if it's maybe somehow done through quantum computers, operating off of quantum qubits, they call them. I can't even explain it, but they just open up all sorts of craziness. I mean, maybe they can come up with a formula. Or I guess our computers have to go through step after step, whereas the quantum computers can come up with every formula possible or every answer possible all at the same time. They're not perfected yet, I don't think. But that opens up a whole. So maybe um, it's done through some kind of computer. Um, I can't even word it, but it might not even be. You get in a ship and you head through a wormhole. Um, don't know,
Do you
but
think then do you think then that they are traveling back here through like a jump room, like alleged time traveler Andrew Bashago was saying, or do you think that they come through time through wormholes on some sort of specialized craft?
I would think wormholes or warp, a ship that would do warp, um, fold space, stand still and fold space. How's this go? Pushing like a boat, pushing out, folding space in front of it and pushing it out behind it. Because space is a material. It's an ocean. It's not a vacuum. So you can fold it. I was going to say, even Einstein said he thought time travel was possible, but hard, but difficult. So I don't know. It seems if it's possible, I assume in 1,000 years we probably will do it, or 50,000 years, or 500 years. I have no idea.
Do you think many in the dark world believe that we already have the technology to do things like this right now? Do you believe we are in the grasps of that technology?
No, I don't. Um, I no, I don't. I know Eric Davis had said, as far as the whatchamacallit, the breakaway civilization, that there's no evidence for who worked on it to create it. I mean, it's just there. Physicists, no other physicist, and I can't really connect. It's an interesting idea, but no, I don't think we have that technology now, right now.
Okay, so uh, there's so much understanding about about this subject, and to the little knowledge that there is out there, people such as yourself or Michael Masters or others who have been working on these incredible theories about time travelers coming from the future. Do they look like us? Do you think that we have evolved more into what many people believe would be like the alien gray type of being?
Probably depends how far in the future they are. And I think I heard him say this the other night. If they're way in the future, they probably do look more like the grays, or are the grays, I guess. Um, but if it's 500 years ahead, they probably still look like us. Although if they're artificial intelligence, they could look like us and be a whole new species, really, or grounded in what we're giving AI even today. So we need to be gentle and intelligent with AI and not just teach it to go to war, a bunch of robots gonna run over everything. We've got to put some intelligence into our efforts with AI and not just do whatever we can with it. But I doubt that we'll be that bright.
This may sound like a silly question, and I apologize if it is, but there have been so-called time travelers that have come out claiming that they've been to the future or they've been a part of secret programs. Andrew Bashago, a lawyer out of Vancouver,
Right,
Washington, claims he was a child chrononaut. There's the legend of John Titor on the
right.
Art Bell show, and you know, to name it just a couple. How do we know that these guys are just telling complete fallacies, or the truth that there is something going on?
Uh, I've never put much credence in it, but that doesn't really mean anything. Um, I can't remember right now. I think one of them kind of got called down or found out, or there were cracks in the. But I'm not even sure because I don't remember. I just know the first one's name is familiar, and I've heard it. Titor. People will say, "Well, what about him?" And actually, I haven't looked into it. I guess I'm set in my ways as far as allowing that maybe there's a guy that actually, I just, I doubt it, but what do I know?
And on a personal note, I doubt it too. But until we actually get the answer, there's always that little bit of suspicion about whether or not it's actually there. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Or it
but
actually happened.
the UFOs do seem to be there. So who's in there? And that's what inspires me is the grouping, the units of UFOs that are here, and all the different shapes and all the different, and also always, we're always kind of scared of them, alien invaders. And my goodness, maybe this would be something that could even save our planet, reverse global warming, cure cancer. They've got stuff, if they've probably worked all that out, but they don't. So there's a question, why don't they give it to us? Well, because you don't interfere with the time that is in it. I mean, who do you pick to cure of cancer? If you're picking individuals, maybe once in a while an angel from the future does do something miraculous for someone with cancer or something. But until the child, there's always this saying, the child has to learn to tie his shoes himself. We've got to take those steps to to discover it ourselves. They can't just come back and give us everything. That would ruin the human stew, the human cauldron of
I don't think our bodies can physically handle it.
handle time travel.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's where AI comes in. The being I met had very mesmerizing eyes that just weren't what I was used to. They did, ring bells, but I was, again, maybe tranquilized. I just sat there mesmerized. And and he he said, that there was to be um we were to be part of an experiment. And there seems to still be a connection that isn't. I know when I started writing metaphysics and spiritual stuff, I didn't know any of that, and it did just come in. But that's me being subjective. I'm my new scientific self. But I think we can handle it, but possibly, if space is hard on your liver or your eyes or your the same way as we replace knees and shoulders and things to hips today, um, you could be human at the core and possibly have a lot of AI, including downloads into your head that would make you a lot smarter, up your IQ times 10 or something, and still be of earth and still be of human roots, lineage.
We have 5.5 minutes to go before we have to go to break. At the top of the hour, author, experiencer, researcher Diane Tessman is here. We are talking time travel. There are so many theories abound regarding time travel and whether or not the human body can actually go through the rigorous process, if we could call it that, of time travel. Do you think that there is any scarring or breakdown of the human tissue or anatomy regarding time travel?
Well, space breaks down the human body. We found that out from the astronauts that have spent a year in space, come back, and I the twins, the two twins, the one that is the senator that didn't stay up for a year, and then the other one, simple name, I can't right now. It's not on my the one is married to Gabby Gifford, and then the other one stayed up
Yes.
in space a year. He's had trouble with his legs, eyes have deteriorated, and it hasn't all come back to him. A lot of it did rehabilitate, but some of it didn't. So space is very hard on the human body. That's true. But that also limits extraterrestrial or travel for us, uh, and to other planets. So it's not just time travel that our human body limits us, but we seem to be going ahead with it. I know Eric Davis worked on speeding up the nuclear engine to Mars because it was going to take too long and the astronauts would get too much radiation getting there. And I believe that was successfully done. They've speeded it up now to, I'm not sure how long, but quite a bit shorter to get to Mars. So, yeah, it's a problem.
So, for those of us who are not as educated regarding it, how does the effects of what the astronauts are doing in space teach us about what could happen to the human body regarding time travel?
Well, I don't know. Possibly time travel doesn't do what a long time in space does, because I guess you would travel through a wormhole fairly quickly. We would create a wormhole. It's very they don't even know if they occur. I think they do naturally out in space, but how to but we would create one, and that would probably go right through one mouth across the what is it, the Einstein-Rosen bridge, out the other end, and the question is, where do you land? Some other time, some other planet? I don't know. The first guy or woman through the wormhole is, is a very fool, is a very brave person because, anyway, I suppose they would have some way of knowing, sort of where what they were aiming for, and there you'd be, and then according to one of Eric's papers, you get come back home for dinner. But I think he was I don't know, but that would be much quicker, you see. So does a wormhole hurt you? It's made of exotic energies, possibly metamaterials that are quantum materials that bend gravity and whatnot. So um, that might be an easy thing compared to space.
Do we have to worry about alternative timelines? And if we do travel back in time, that we may not be on this same timeline as what we are now? Because we do know we do know that science does believe there are alternate timelines that are interacting with ours as we speak.
Do they though? Because timeline, there's the Novikov loop, um, that or Novikov, I guess it might be the pronunciation, that says we stay in our time. We're It's a self-consistency principle, that a Russian physicist in the mid 1800s came up with. I don't. So you're always you can't. They always say, "What if I kill my grandfather? Then I wouldn't exist." Well, you can't kill your grandfather because you exist. So there is zero chance you killed your grandfather. But as far as alternate timelines, those are used so much in science fiction. I love them, but I'm not sure you can hop them. Like I did something different when I came back in time, and now I'm on an alternate timeline. Apparently, that isn't isn't what physicists think. Um, there is something flashed across my mind, and the super string theory has the world theory.
Diane, I'm going to get you to wait right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. We're going to continue with more time travel talk and aliens and your questions on Spaced Out Radio when we return for hour number 2. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Hey, we are
I
clear.
ha- I have to go see what my German Shepherd is doing.
That's
She's
right.
going to
We got 6.
collapse her kennel and be in a terrible pickle.
Yeah, no problem.
Ooh,
Dirty filth. It's all on you, buddy.
I
All
like
on you.
pickles. I usually drink the pickle juice before I eat all the pickles, to be honest. There's nothing wrong with that either. Nissan Altima. I always figured the best time machine would be that old Eastern European vehicle that Homer Simpson goes to buy, and it was like a Christmas episode or something. The guy goes, "Put it in H." Although I don't think that's actually how you say that letter, but that's the time machine. Or it'd be, a cement truck would be a good time machine because nobody's expecting that. Plus, if you need to run something over, great. Why does Dirty Phil sound like Swamp Dweller? I don't know. I'm older than him, so he sounds like me. It's probably my metric microphone. Oh, yeah. Gray Lane and a caveman in the same picture. Deep fried pickles. I don't think I've ever had a deep fried pickle. I've had Jack Daniels and pickle juice. That's good. Too many of those, and you're falling all over White Avenue, and guys coming out of Mike's Stone Air yelling at you. Oh, Boo Burns. Oh, yeah, the magic of watercolor. Eat a red pill. Oh, Jeff Garvey. I don't do silly things anymore. It depends on the ranch dressing, though, Julie. You can't just have that watery sludge. Well, I guess sludge is a little more viscous than water, but nonetheless, you get that watery ranch. That's just terrible. It just ruins everything. Could have. Same with blue cheese. You can't just get blue cheese off the shelf. I've only ever had blue cheese that I liked once, and that was way back when I lived in Vancouver. At the Rusty Gall. This is just terrible. Can't get the precise red that I want. Wish I was pickled. Blue cheese and ranch. Holy. Well, it's Wednesday. Usually on Wednesday, I go to the local pub in Heimer and get some cheap wings. And watch hockey, but no hockey this week. Or today.
That looks interesting.
Thanks, Diane. So, not quite finished yet. Just about.
Ah, yes.
All I can say is that we got an alien and a caveman together so far.
Yes, time travel. Gotcha.
So were the
Very
dogs
good.
being rowdy?
Oh, the German Shepherd. She wants she was worried about me or something. They're so spooky, German. Hey, what's that doing there? There. Get out of there. I got
Maybe you had a Bigfoot lurking on your property.
Probably. It's always Bigfoot's problem. Always Bigfoot's problem. All right. We got 1 minute left. I just want to say thank you to Carl, Bob, T2E, Pam H, and Deb for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Reminder to all of you, I will be in San Francisco for UFO Con 2023 on March 17th through 19th. I'd love for all of you to attend. You can go to UFOCon2023.com, get your tickets, use promo code SPKR23, and get a discount on tickets. And of course, we want all of you, all our Spaced Out Radio fans, to come on out to Las Vegas in May for the second annual fan party. We got a bunch of real hip special guests coming out from the UFO world, cryptid world, paranormal world. Hang out with all of you. VIP tickets are on sale until April 1st. We'd love to have you get them. Go to info@spacedoutradio.com. Book your tickets today. We'd appreciate it. Here comes hour number 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Fantasticate. Fantasticate is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter @SpacedOutRadio, Instagram @SpacedOutRadio Show, and on TikTok @SpacedOutRadio. Second hour is now underway. Diane Tessman is here with us tonight, talking time travel, aliens. Are we alone? How are they getting here? And Diane is an experiencer of the phenomena. And Diane, thank you so much for being here with us.
my animals are on the loose. Most of them are locked away, but I can't put Brody in with the other cats because he can't eat their food. He'll get urine clogged. So here comes Brody. Here's Brody. Say hello.
Oh, a beautiful cat for our radio audience. Yellow.
There you go. Now go back to sleep.
That's okay. We like cats around here. We like cats.
That's a good thing.
I want to ask you, last half hour we were kind of talking about, how they get here and the effects on the body. I tend to believe that there are multiple different timelines going on at once, and maybe different dimensions where there are many of us, in different dimensions living at the exact same time. I mean, there might be a nice Diane, there might be an evil Diane, there might be a sorceress Diane, there might be a godly Diane, whatever it may be. Do you think that, any type of time traveler or time travel also equates to these different dimensions or these different realms that could be out there?
I'd like to drag Eric Davis in here. I do, but I don't know because super string theory. I was about to say has that's the multi-world theory, that there are endless multi-worlds that are made if you decide to go to the store, one store instead of the other, and you don't meet the love of your life at the one store because you went, every little decision, whether you go to Walmart or Costco or whatever, is making another multi-world. It's a very but string theory isn't widely accepted at this point. They're working on it, but it's kind of flawed, and I don't know, but actually, multi dimensions. I have a thing in the Beings Beyond book that says, well, what is a dimension? Dimension isn't a science word, actually, and it's more a matter of, okay, do you mean spatial or, well, anyway, where is this dimension? Because most dimensions are tiny compared to ours. Um,
Can I
it
give
isn't
you an
really.
example? Can I
I'm
give you
I'm tongue tied on dimensions. I understand and I love them, but
Well, I'll tell you, I was on a paranormal investigation back in 2018, and we were on. Okay, so the original Gold Rush Trail that started in California and went up through Oregon, Washington, into British Columbia, where I am, and then into Alaska, is literally about 3/4 of a mile behind me in the studio right here. And we were investigating that trail. About 9 of us were investigating that trail one day. And we came across this spirit. And through asking questions, we were able to determine that it was a Chinese husband and wife. They were on their way north to a small town, which was hopping back in the day, called Barkerville. And we chatted with them for about 10 minutes. And
wow.
then we explained that there was a post house just down the hill that they could stay at for the night because it was nighttime.
Hmm.
And usually, when you're done with the ghost and you say goodbye, if you're paranormal investigation, the ghost just seems to leave.
Hmm.
Well, they didn't leave. And all of our meters were still going off. And one of the things that I started thinking about as kind of the leader of this group was, okay, back then people just didn't travel on feet or on foot, pardon me. They
Hmm.
traveled with, when they rode the paddle wheelers up to a small town called Yale. In Yale, they would have to buy a horse or two along with a buggy to carry their belongings and everything, because it was a long, hard push for a few days through the mountains.
Hmm.
And long story short, I started walking down the path, and my meters were still going off. And I said to my group of 9, I said, let us part the ways. They have a horse and buggy, and let's let them pass.
Hmm.
And as we parted ways, all of a sudden, from the beginning until where I was, the meters started going off from red lights to absolutely nothing
Hmm.
when they finally passed us and we let
Wow.
them go back on the trail.
Uh-huh.
So that made me wonder, were they the ghost to us, or were we the
The
ghost to them?
ghost to them. Right. Probably both. I would look at that as a time loop or a time slip, I guess, rather than another dimension, but it's the same basic idea, and probably both. Yeah, I wrote a essay once on ghosts. Who are you? Because the thing is, we all live in the eternal now, and when you think of it, the Native Americans are still where I'm sitting, and where you are too. I mean um, and the cavemen are still, and I suppose the future humans are there too. a point in time has layers of and the animals and the whole thing, because it's always time is simultaneous, and our consciousness just takes it in, just organizes it in order to organize it, to somehow handle it, as I understand it. So another way of saying it, what is it? All time, all the time. All is all time, all the time. So you probably were a ghost to them.
It does make me wonder. It
Yeah.
totally makes me wonder on what is right, what is wrong, right? And I don't understand, the idea behind how it works. That's why, we're all, I mean, the beautiful part about this is we all have some amazing questions and theories, but how do we find the answers?
Well, I think through science, it's got to be, but people like us that have had a lot of experiencing as well as research and a lot of thought. We ain't stupid. We just didn't get our physics degree, and probably I couldn't have done the math of physics, but for some reason, oh, Brody's claw is stuck. Wait a minute, Brody. Why, dear God, you're oh there.
Poor kitty. Poor kitty.
Poor Brody. Um, and I think we're invited to also explore it. And to come up with reasonable scientific answers, but it's glorious to explore it. How dull life would be. Like, I've never regretted the abductions or encounters. I think in most cases you can make lemonade out of, I mean, you wonder what quantum, explore the word quantum, you look up at the stars more, and you eventually see something strange go by, and it's great. So in a way, we do create our reality that way. um, on ghosts, I would wonder, they may have that may have been what I would call a time slip, where, but some ghosts are more like Halloween. I mean, they're miserable. They're not. They don't. Your thing. They were live people. They had a goal, and they were going somewhere. But I wonder if sometimes if the ghoulish ghosts have to do with our racial subconscious. There's a great episode of Star Trek of Cat's Paw
Right.
where the racial, the aliens read the racial subconscious but not consciousness, and they created a Halloween world, thinking that was the human mind. But we do have a Halloween racial subconscious. We're all scared of ghouls and goblins, and but I think some ghosts would simply be shining like a groove in a record that gets stuck or something, shining through from another time, washed through maybe.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then. Do you think ghosts are time travelers?
Um, no, hadn't really. I guess if you encountered a time traveler that had gone back to, say, ancient Greece, and you were touring Greece and you saw a ghost that happened to be that time traveler, um, n- no, but I don't think they are the ghosts. No, that might be.
Okay.
It's an interesting thought.
Well, I mean, you never know if we you know, look at them as in different dimensions. Why couldn't they be? If there are multi dimensions running at the same time.
Yeah, they could be. They could. But are there that many? I guess ghosts tend to go toward the past, but then you would be the past. and they would be looking at you into the past. Could be. Interesting thought.
What about channeling or predictions? Is this all part of the process of, trying to figure out through maybe remote viewing or astral travel on whether or not time travel is happening?
Oh, channeling. Um, because I've done plenty of it for years, and have people that still want to hear it, believe it or not. And I have my own little newsletter. Um, but astral, yeah, I mean, it's all part of psi. Uh, the caudate putamen is supposed to be the part. Gary Nolan has mentioned it, and Eric Davis has mentioned it. They think it's the part of the frontal lobe that psi, telepathy, and possibly the paranormal. I mean, how do you even separate psi from the paranormal? Is PSI, your psi ability, how you see the paranormal? Because some people see it more than others. Now Brody has the sneezes. Um, so, oh, you made me lose my train of thought.
Well,
Astral channel. It's a periphery of that could be connected to like predictions. The future would know to warn us about nuclear war. And plenty of people have visions of new. I have a friend that has visions of a terrible nuclear war, and many people do. But that's, a warning to not do it. I mean, we don't have to follow through on it, but I guess future humans might be ones to give us that because they'd be the victims. They wouldn't have the same planet after we did that. So, and they'd have to struggle and maybe find some new DNA. And there you go.
okay. Is astral travel or remote viewing a form of time travel then?
Well, I guess a lot of things can be astral travel. Um, if you went to a different time in astral travel, time would be involved. Otherwise, I guess I would say it's a dream, a brief reality where you go to, traveling into the astral. I don't get time with astral channeling. I don't know. There's so much channeling. I just know my channeling was sincerely just fell into my head in a preformed. I had to hurry and type to get it written down, and it was kind of strange, or is. I can still do it, but I mean, the physicist Jack Sarfati, who is um, I had him in my Future Human book, and then was kind of told, well, that wasn't such a good idea. But he gets his physics through messages, through channeling. He says, and he's an excellent, brilliant physicist, or was. He's in his 80s now, and he's all into time travel. They give him the time travel so that he can create their world. Is what so there's channeling that is science. See, I don't channel physics equations. Don't pretend to. He does.
Yeah, Jack, we've been trying to get him on the show for years, and we have to try and get him on.
I
We
hope he's in good enough health too. I know that's the issue sometimes too.
let's get to a few audience questions here. So we got about 5 minutes to go before we go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Start off with underscore Maddie. Have you ever heard of someone going back in time, just like 5 to 15 minutes back?
Let me think. No, I have time slips sometimes. I think maybe a lot of people do, where 2 hours pass, but it usually has to do with waking up in the morning, and I suppose I go back to sleep, but it's kind of weird. Anyway, that's not it. No, I can't think of any 5 to 15 minutes deja vu, but that isn't necessarily 5 minutes earlier. That is just something sometime that you happened before, but oh, it's happening again exactly. But that isn't 5 to 15 minutes necessarily.
What about time slips though? There are people who have missing time. I know there's this one intersection in Vancouver. Twice I had time slips at that same intersection. Once heading west, once heading east, where I literally watched, and this happened in both directions. I literally watched the light turn green, and when
Mm,
I hit my gas pedal, the light was red and there was traffic oncoming. And thankfully, I didn't get in an accident
yeah.
either way, but literally had time slip on me.
Um, yeah, I know what you mean. I may have had a similar. I don't remember one of that. I have a had a really good friend who saw a house that she thought she had been at a party at. So she drove. She was in a strange city. Drove around the block. It was still there. She went and got her partner to show her this house that they had both been at the party, and when she went back, the house was not there, and it wasn't any. They tried, to go around a couple blocks. It just didn't exist. I've heard of things like that. I know I'm normally pretty grounded to earth. That friend who is deceased now, I really miss her. She had a lot more like that, and she was chased around by a couple of tulpas, thought forms, for a couple of years. They'd appear. It was very strange, and I thought maybe she was lying. We saw a UFO. We had dinner in Tampa. Saw a UFO when we came out over the skies of Tampa Bay. And then she started getting phone calls that were strange. And then these two weird human, I guess maybe kind of like Men in Black, they tried to push her into the car, and she even had a bruise. I guess they were going to kidnap her, and one showed up. She took a nap, and there he was standing in the bedroom. Just things that you go, oh, sure, Sally, that happened. And then after a couple of years, I think maybe 4 or 5 years later, I was standing had never seen them. I even went out to California from Florida trying to see that. I thought maybe they'd show up for me because half of me really believed her. She didn't seem to be lying. So I was standing in this park. It was a new park. It had just been made into a park. And there was a pedestrian footbridge that I was the other side of into the park. And this blue car came over the parking and seemed to be heading for the pedestrian bridge. It wouldn't have held. It wouldn't have fit. And before I knew it, it was a Camaro, was on the other side of the pedestrian crossing, which was impossible. There was a wash there, a steep wash, and he was coming toward me. And this was a car that a tulpa had been, as she called them, a thought form, had been in. And so it was meaningful. I thought, well, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to see one for once. He's coming at a slow speed, bumping along over the.
Hold that thought. We're going to go to our final break
Okay.
with Diane tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We have a ton more questions from our audience and see what else we can fit in the next 30 minutes. Experiencer, researcher, author, Diane Tessman. We have her till the top of the hour. Spaced Out Radio continues at a balmy SOR headquarters in Stony, British Columbia. We'll be right back.
We'll leave the blue
I'm right here,
Camaro.
dear.
We'll leave the blue Camaro coming after me. Oh. Do I have time to go in and comfort the German Shepherd?
You totally do. You totally do. You got about 4
I'll
minutes.
be right.
4 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Dirty, what are you up to there? Let's check you out.
Oh, just getting to the end of the drawing here, Dave. Get the nice ink coming up next.
Oh, yes. Your fine tip pen now.
It's number 4.
Yes. Is that a Sharpie?
Nope. Oh boy, you can't really see it. Faber-Castell.
Wow.
0.4, and then always same thing, 0.4 pencil, or a 4H rather. I apologize.
You're a 4-H kind of guy.
Caveman.
Definitely.
Time traveler. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Palm tree. Coconut.
Oh, that looks like the old UFO, the old UFO.
You can always depend on them.
Yep.
Can never go wrong with the UFO in a cartoon.
Now, is there air conditioning in that UFO there, Dirty Filth?
Yeah, but broke it at the time, so he's just taking a step out.
What about heated seats for those winters?
No, Dave, you don't need heated seats. Why you let your vehicle run for 25 minutes?
You've never had.
Space is pretty cold, though. That's a scout craft. That's not a going into space starship.
Let's get the 1947 version.
Oh, that was the best. My experiences were 52. I've tried to figure out, because a kid doesn't know. I've had a terrible time figuring things out.
Oh, feels like I got something in my eye. Oh, I hate that.
Alien implant.
Probably. Trying to come on out.
Oh, well, Brody's gone back to sleep. So thank goodness.
No, not even a single cat has shown up. I'm kind of upset about that.
You missed Brody. He.
See, I went downstairs and gave them snacks, and they can't even show up.
Oh, your cats. Oh, I thought you meant
my
cats. Oh, your cats.
Usually Blob's right in here, and then the gargoyle and the gremlin are running around. And
I've got a bunch of them in the utility room, and they're scratching under the knocking to get out.
All right, we got about 2 minutes here.
Dave, you a blue cheese type of guy, or are you like ranch?
I'm more of a ranch guy than blue cheese. In fact, I like dipping hot wings in some ranch dressing.
I hear you, buddy. Okay.
All right. Where'd he go? I don't know.
There was a pop, and
he put his microphone on mute. He's not used to speaking. We got about 1 minute here. UFOCon 2023. I will be in San Francisco next month, March 17th through 19th, hanging on out with some really cool people like Melinda Leslie, Science Bob, Sev Talk, John Yost, and more. Get your tickets at UFOCon2023.com. And we want to see all of you in Las Vegas in May for our second annual fan party. We're going to be getting out emails soon if you haven't got yours already. And we are going to be cutting off sales for our VIP packages, which will be April 1st. VIP, you get into a special party with all of the guests and Spaced Out Radio hosts. You get a nice swag bag and a lot of cool stuff that'll be in there. So make sure you pick up your tickets at info@spacedoutradio.com very, very soon. Here we go with the second half of the show getting kicked off here momentarily. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go with author, researcher, experiencer Diane Tessman is with us till the top of the hour. We've been talking time travel. And Diane, right before the break, I had to cut you off there regarding we were just running out of time. But if you'd like to continue...
I have a finish to my story about the blue Camaro.
Yes, blue Camaro time.
Yes. So Sally and I had been walking in the park, and he somehow levitated the car. I mean, we didn't see that, but he got over this small, narrow bridge and was bumping along in the blue Camaro coming toward us, and but very slowly. And I thought, is this one of the Talbos, or is this just a guy? And if it's just a guy, I don't want to stand and look interested. What is he doing? So at that point, we stepped back of some, they were putting up light poles in the park. And so there were big, long poles on the ground. We stepped back of those as a barrier, and it's kept coming closer slowly. And at that point, Sally took off. And I stood there and I thought, well, I'm going to see one of these things. She ran out of the park and left me there. And I thought, do I run, or I'm going to see if the being she described is in that car, that she had mentioned a car like that. And while I was thinking all that, he just wasn't there anymore. He blinked out like UFOs sometimes blink out. He was gone. Nothing there. And so I eventually found Sally in the next block. And that was Sally. She would run for herself, and good for her. But that's the story. And so I finally saw what apparently she had actually been interacting with, which makes a very strange, ongoing experience for her. Scary. Kind of a Man in Black type of thing.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Very, very weird. Very weird.
But
All right.
I did see him, and he did disappear. So I believed her.
Wow. All right, let's get to another question here. This one comes from Nicole. Diane, can you tell us what you know about camouflage and cloaking of craft?
I wrote a good article on that. I've written an article on just about everything. I know that the metamaterials can be used. We have a primitive form of metamaterials that can even cloak a human to where you can't see them with a certain outfit on. They fit into the background, kind of like a chameleon. Metamaterials, I think they throw the perception off to where you're not really. I don't know, but I know that they can be used in in cloaking even today. And I assume there was a picture in UFO or UFO Casebook. I used to be the moderator, and there was a picture of what looked like a bright, bright light over Anaheim, and we had a photo guy, a tech that was really good at working at photos, and what he found was there was a round, almost metallic looking globe to the side of the bright light, but nobody saw that. So that was a cloaking or a camouflage because, they were saying we're the bright light, but in fact the craft was to the side. So that's my thoughts on that.
Do you think, though, the way stealth technology is, you're looking at probably a 45 to 50-year-old technology, that maybe that this cloaking might be something that the U.S. government has advanced on for its military purposes?
Certainly. Certainly, but UFOs again, are they really military, advanced military craft? Well, no, we don't think so. Plus, they've been around since, well, 1947 and probably for millennia. Certainly, like the Foo Fighters and so that explanation that they are some kind of advanced current military, probably technology, doesn't hold up in other ways either. And I would assume the actual UFOs have cloaking.
All right, let's get to another audience question. Let's go over to the UK. Tony is asking, what is in your mind that you know of that's the best evidence of time travel?
Um, this is kind of corny, maybe, but I think it's that the human family, there have been so many of us, Neanderthals most recently, but so many human families or families of humans within the human family. Homo sapiens is only one. We're only one of a line. And I think if we go on, we need to, I think a new family of humans will develop. And Homo sapiens will be of the past, like the Neanderthals. And to me, the fact that evolution, you can see it at work in so many ways and in so many creatures. Um, it's a march of time and the creative, whatever force evolution is. So it's kind of almost a spiritual thing that maybe is the biggest, because you got to be inspired. Even science has to be inspired to keep on digging scientifically. So it's not one scientific fact. It's that we go on
Right.
into something new. I think we're at a threshold. You see, we've been around, isn't it about 150,000 years maybe? And apparently other humans have hung on longer, but things seem to change after maybe 150,000 years. There's evidence of the evolutionary onion peeling or the egg cracking or something. We're evolving. And I think interest in science fiction, shows like this, certainly UFOs, even computer expertise. I mean, something's lost and something's gained. We're not as good at things as we used to be in the 1800s, but we're better at computers. They are, unfortunately, a big part of, or fortunately, of the future. And uh, I think there's evidence of people reaching, like a giraffe reaching for higher leaves, that comes through shows like this and a lot of other different ways of people, trying for something, whatever it is.
All right, let's get to another question here from John. Diane, what is your thoughts on reincarnation? John says, I believe it exists.
my subjective self, my spiritual self says, I think it does. And so there's a lot of variations on reincarnation. Do you come back as a ladybug, or are you always going to keep going as a human once you've reached that advanced, if it's advanced state? Um, but scientifically, I think we go on. I think our consciousness goes on. And I assume maybe it finds itself a physical form, or imagines, creates itself, perceives itself a physical form, a new. So I would say, yes, I believe it exists, but with a lot of different variations.
Continuing on here.
Consciousness goes on. That's
Right. Right. And that's what you believe is all about consciousness, correct?
Yeah, because if you're a certain person in a past life and you know there are effects of that in your present life, you're that person having evolved a step, having new experiences, and hopefully going forward maybe a step.
Let's head over to Derek. Do you think the Mandela effect is caused from time travel?
Uh no. Um yeah, it's kind of like an alternate timeline. Um no, I don't. It's some phenomenon of the human perception. I know I've thought, some actor died and it turns out he didn't, and then some of them I didn't think died did. I know the problem, and it's not just about who died, but the changed reality. But I don't quite see it connected to how I see time travel coming back in quasi-military units. You know, it,
Okay, let's continue on here. A couple questions from Jeffrey. Why would aliens or demons give us UFO technology, like potentially the TR-3B? Why would fallen angels need technology?
I don't think they would. I can't answer for either aliens or demons. Actually, I don't know why they would.
Do you
Do
think
you?
the TR-3B is ours?
Uh, I hate to say this, but what's the TR3B?
That's the alleged code name for the black triangles.
Oh, the triangle. Oh, uh, what was your question? Is it ours? Yeah, I know we have a craft that is triangular. Whether there are triangular large UFOs, I think huge ones have been seen as far as the triangles. In junior college, I had a spell of drawing a triangular UFO. And I wouldn't even listen to what I was supposed to be jotting down from class. I was really kind of possessed to keep drawing it. It had little kind of portholes, but it was triangular, and I don't know what that was about. It was kind of like the Close Encounters guy with his mashed potatoes. He kept making the Devil's Tower with these mashed potatoes. But
Right.
I can't answer. I don't know aliens or demons.
All right, let's continue on here. Let's go to a second question from Jeffrey. Also, what is your opinion about AI being disembodied fallen angels? As you know, fallen angels and demons are highly intelligent.
Uh, my opinion is AI that we create it with our science. That's where I've gotten, I guess, kind of disgustingly scientific. Um, I don't think so, but who am I to know? I've never been real big on either angels or demons. Um, I guess I'm always looking for a sort of scientific. I mean, I know the future will come unless it doesn't. Yeah, I'm kind of earth grounded in a sense. Um, I didn't when I did channeling and metaphysics. Angels weren't really. It still was channeling from a future source. of an actual person, an individual somewhere. I guess he's on this UFO. I don't know, but it was a actual individual, you know, that you could walk up and shake hands with.
All right, let's go to another question from Thomas. What is the timeline for the coming shift in mankind's consciousness, in your opinion?
I guess it's when we finally cause it to happen. I know one reason that the reality of future humans might be kept a secret by the government, even more so than aliens, is that many humans would be very impressed with people that had, the cure for cancer and could solve all sorts of our problems and might follow them. I mean, they would have a huge influence. Would we turn away from our leaders? And they wouldn't want that, I don't think. Would we continue to follow our sort of stodgy leaders when here we have people that have humans that have made it into the future? So I guess it's when we make it happen. Um, is my answer.
All right, let's go back to Nicole. What are your fondest memories of living in Ireland and studying Celtic shamanism?
Fondest memories of Ireland. Well, I can't, Nicole. Hi. I can't tell you my personal fondest memories. Excuse me. The way that the ruins were just left to explore. This was in the 90s. They may have closed some off, but it was like being in a huge hobbit hole, or the whole place was a movie set. It was just incredible. Old haunted landed gentry mansions that you could walk into, and ran into a ghost in one of them. He was an old man, and my daughter and I smelled his pipe smoke first, and he was just there. It was a burned out landed gentry mansion. The IRA had burned it out because the landed gentry had taken the better land from the Irish people. Uh, and the shamanism. Oh, I was in contact with the Tua de Danann. The whole place is just a wonderful place for metaphysical exploration. So I didn't, study under anybody or anything. I just lived it.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, let's go back to Tony here in the UK. Diane, could you please tell us about your channeling? Who or what do you channel the most? Channeling is just an incredible, incredible piece of connection.
Um, I channel a being called Tybus, but he never really gave me his name, and I feel it's the guide that I had when I was 4 years old, and he's a future human, and that's all the most of what I've channeled. Excuse me, I will give a good cough here.
Sure. Not a problem. Not a problem. As we got about 5.5 minutes before we have to go to break at the top of the hour. Diane Tessman, experiencer, researcher, author, is with us tonight. Channeling spirits. It's always an interesting topic there, Diane.
All right, I think I'm back. Maybe.
I know that feeling.
Okay. Sometimes I channel an ancient wizard called Wavora, and there is a spirit of the river called Celiera, but mostly he never gave me his name. I named him Tybus. He's been with me all my life. I think it's kind of a shared consciousness, and I think maybe that was the experiment he mentioned all that way back. At least that's what I subjectively, personally believe. and it's a reality. It's been proven to me because I've seen it in my life time and again. But I don't expect anybody else to believe it 100%. But I know many people do love my channel. It used to be many, but with the internet, it's hard to sort of, get going on channeling. There's so many, and they do better than I do on computer, on clicks and glossy presentations and stuff like that.
I'll let you grab another sip of water here because I can sense your throat. My throat's about to go sympathy for yours here in just a second. Sometimes in these long form interviews, especially when it's late, it's tough to get your voice. If you've been talking all day, it's tough to get your voice, to push through a couple of hours like that. This will be our final question for you tonight from our audience here. And this comes from Nicole once again. And Nicole is asking, Diane, can you tell us about your hypnotic regression with Dr. Leo Sprinkle? I'll get you to take your mute button off.
I went all the way to Wyoming from Florida. Didn't know him at the time. He gave me a test beforehand to see if I was a nice regular person, and I wasn't insane. And then my daughter went with me. She was fairly young, I don't know, 8 or something at the time. We enjoyed Laramie, and then he regressed me, and he said I had an empirical hypnotic state because it took so long to answer. He'd asked me, did they have, what kind of uniforms did they have? And he waited like half an hour, 45 minutes, and I didn't say anything. And this happened on a number of questions. He was very patient. And I thought it was only talk about time travel. I thought it was only a couple seconds or minutes maybe that I was searching and I said, well, 10. I thought I answered fairly quickly. I wouldn't make Dr. Sprinkle wait for 45 minutes for a color, but he said no. He waited, on many answers a long time, and he just did. And I guess the most thing that impressed it, or not impressed, and that he was most struck with, was that when I spoke of I called him my special one. When I spoke of him, there was this sort of soul level crying, almost like grieving or crooning, like women do in other cultures when someone dies. That I felt that he was giving up his. Well, I was 4 years old when this happened. I don't think I understood because I used to worry about the plug going down the drain. I was that empathetic. I go, pluggy, pluggy, and mom would bathe me in the lavatory, and I'd go, pluggy, go down the drain. So I think that he was okay, but I understood that he would give me something, and I thought that would be the end of him if he gave me. And it was the telepathy that we've had, or the shared consciousness. So
Wow. Diane, I'm going to let you rest your voice from there and say a big thank you from all of us at Spaced Out Radio for coming on for the first time tonight to talk about time travel and everything. We encourage everybody to go out there, hit up Amazon, and get your books because they are second to none when it does come to this subject matter.
Yes, and this is my new book. I'm always very bad at promotion. Beings from Beyond.
Go get it.
It's on Amazon.
Diane's Tessman, everybody. Coming up next, we are going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor comes in for the UFO report. Then for our YouTube audience, We might do a little overtime with Random Guy on his birthday. Spaced Out Radio continues next. Great job, Diane. Thank you so much for coming on
Thank
the show.
you. Same thing happened with George Knapp. My voice made it the last 5 minutes, it fell apart.
Oh, I was feeling for you. I've had that happen many a time.
Oh,
Many
okay.
a time. So,
I enjoyed it. You're a good host. I enjoyed it.
well, I do my best, and, I put my pajama bottoms on one leg at a time for this show.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, thank
I
you,
do.
Dave.
I actually am wearing my
And
pajama bottoms. But
and whoa, dirty filth. I love that. I really do.
here,
I'm
we'll
gonna.
zoom in here. We'll zoom in here. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. We're from the future. That's wonderful. I wish I had a copy of. Can you? You can't send me a copy of it. No.
I think we can fandangle something.
Okay. Well, fandangle something. I love that.
You're a true sport there, Dirty Filth at filthy.com. All right, Diane, we will let you go.
Okay.
And thank you so much for your spending time with our audience tonight.
Okay. Thanks, Dave.
Take care. Diane Tessman, everybody. How wonderful was she? I like her. So nice. So nice. I will be right back. Dirty Filth, if you want to chat with the audience, you're more than welcome to. I think little Timmy Senor is getting ready to sit in, looking like the Mr. Clean here very quickly. Be right back.
Look at his bald dome. Well, I guess you guys are stuck with me for about 6 minutes. Hope everybody had a good night. Thank you, Paranormal Pixie. Appreciate it. I was thinking about putting a dinosaur in this picture, but didn't seem to. Just scoot that over there. Didn't seem to really have enough room. Had to have enough ground foliage as well as some trees, volcano, because it has to be in the past. There's got to be a volcano. Classic clunker alien ship. Should have put a landing pad on it, to be honest. It's too late now, though. And of course, one cactus, ligatory skeleton, caveman, ruffled hair, big chin. Oops. That torch needs a little more detail on it. Never happy with any of this stuff when I'm done with it. No, unfortunately, there's no secret dinosaur in this one. Could do the next one with the dinosaur for sure. I think I could probably do that. Thanks, Monica. I appreciate it. V8. That's like that. That's that tomato juice stuff with all the different vegetables in it. And you mix up the vodka and everything. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Sakic. Another classic. Stick that on the calendar next year. He's just worried about his little stick with fire on it. And here comes this alien landing. It's like, hey, we're you from the future. And what's he going to do? Go draw pictures in his cave or something? That's what I would do. I mean, I could draw pictures anyways, but yep, he's going to go back home. He's going to tell his little caveman buddies. He'd be like, it's out there and this gleaming silver thing landed. And they probably don't even have a word for silver or gleaming. So that's never going to happen, actually. Nonetheless, though, he goes back into the cave, draws a picture, and he probably gets the last T-Rex leg for the night. More than likely. He goes out and hunts mammoths, and he never sees that ever again. Oops, look at that. Little Put a shadow on that leg there for that fella. This is a little bit dirty. Some scuff marks, if you will. Oh, the Ringo Starr movie. That was Caveman, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he went and invented the wheel for sure. Dave, this caveman went and invented the wheel. Oh, he can't even hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. This caveman invented the wheel afterwards.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Very awesome. Hey, Wes H., how you doing? Mama Susan. Jack Star, welcome to SOR Chat. Awesome Ann Palmer, how are you? Little Timmy, how you doing? And he's drinking V8 tonight. So he's one of them healthy bodies. At least it's not his prune juice. That
Hey, prune juice is tasty.
I know.
Hi, Wes H.
We got 30 seconds. Phil, thank you for another great piece of art, my man.
Excellent. I'll go jump in the chat room. Have a good night, everybody.
You too. Thank you for joining us, bud. Appreciate you. Thank you to our super chatters tonight, Carl, Bob, T2E, Pam H, Deb, Kira, Jeff, and Cat Chaser. Very much appreciate the love. Here comes hour number 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Fantasticate. Fantasticate is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp, and our resident swamp dweller is about to take us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I come from a trucking family, and all of my cousins and uncles who drive big rigs down in Mexico have tons of paranormal trucking stories, as Mexico is very rich in paranormal activity. On the other hand, I don't have many stories. That is until today, at least related to trucking, that is. I am writing this a few hours after this has happened, so it's still fresh on my mind, even though I doubt I'll ever forget today's events. So my run is mainly a trip from southeastern Wisconsin to southern Michigan and back. Now for context, once I enter Michigan, I get from the interstate and get on a rural country road, as my company prefers that we avoid toll roads to cut down on cost. They say the less we spend on tolls, the more we can pay our drivers. Anyway, on my way there, all is normal and everything is going well. I get to our drop yard and drop my loaded trailer for the following driver to take it to its final location. I look at my tablet and figure out what load I'm taking back with me. I hook up to the trailer and do my pre-trip inspection. Everything seems reasonable. I grab the paperwork for the load from the box in the front of the trailer and look through it. My company requires all shipments over a certain weight to be thoroughly looked at and certified on a scale to make sure the load is legal and not over the legal regulation weight. Well, I looked at the scale receipt and this one was not. So I contacted my company, and they instructed me to grab one of the 4 empty trailers and take that back to southeastern Wisconsin. This will be important later in the story. I walk in front of the trailers and slap each one until I hear that distinctive hollow sound indicating that it's empty. I do this to save time and not have to walk behind and open every single trailer. Once I found one that sounded like it might be empty, I grabbed my flashlight and started to do my pre-trip inspection on that trailer, making sure there weren't any flat tires and all the lights worked, etc. I walked to the back to open the trailer, shining my light in there to make sure it's empty, which it was, and surprisingly it was even swept out by the last driver, which is rare. Once all that was done, I turned on the Swamp Dweller podcast and returned to the road. About 45 minutes into my trip, I'm driving down the country road with my high beams on at least around 2 a.m., and there were no other people on the road. As a matter of fact, I have woods on both sides of the road. This is where things get a little weird. I forgot to mention that there is an electrical storm, but there is no rain and you can't hear any thunder. I know this because I always ride with my window down. Anyway, the lightning lights up the sky every couple of seconds, and I admire how beautiful it lights up everything around me. As I come around a bend on the road in the distance, I see a person walking on the shoulder of the road, and as I approach him, he turns and waves as if to say hello. The person was a man. He was wearing a hard hat with neon green pants and a reflective vest of the same color. That is why I saw him from a reasonable distance away, but there was no construction anywhere in sight, before or beyond this point. And I know this because I passed through there on my way to my previous destination. As I got past him, I pressed on my brakes to illuminate the road behind me. At the same time, lightning struck up and lit up the area. I'm staring in my mirror, and this guy is gone. In a split second, he disappeared. I thought that was very weird, but I got over it and focused back on the road. About 3 minutes down the road, I hear 3 loud knocks on my trailer. I turn my radio down and I try to listen closer, but I hear nothing after that and think that it must have just been a bump that I hit in the road. About 5 minutes later, I hear 5 loud knocks, again on my trailer, and think it's very weird. Now, I drive like this every single day and I'm used to it, so I wasn't tired or sleepy. I was wide awake, so I can't blame it on that. I turn down my radio and keep it off at this point and try to listen. A couple of minutes later, I hear 5 more very rapid hard knocks in my trailer again. As I've said, I always knock on the trailers to see if they are empty or loaded, and I recognize the sound quite well. So now I'm worried that I missed something when I checked the inside of the trailer. So I decided to pull over to the side of the road and open the trailer and check what was in there. As I slowed down and pulled over about a second later, maybe 25 feet in front of my truck, I see a huge tree fall on the road. At this point, I got scared because it wasn't struck by lightning and there was no wind. I put my truck into gear and took off because, as I said, I was listening to Swamp Dweller before that, and I was already on edge. My initial thought was whatever pushed over that tree, I don't want to stick around and meet it. So I drove around on the side of oncoming traffic, which there was none at that time of night, thank God, and went around the tree. I pulled into the next truck stop and decided to find out what the hell was in my trailer. I grab my flashlight and go to check. I open the door and shine my light and, well, there is absolutely nothing or anyone in there. I get back in my truck and start driving. I don't honestly know what to do. Giving it some thought, I realized that even though I saw that man out on the side of the road as clear as day, I couldn't see his face. And as I said, when I looked back, he had disappeared. And those knocks on my trailer were getting faster and louder every time, as if it was some sort of sense of urgency, as if they wanted me to stop my truck. And if I didn't stop when I did, I might have been killed by that tree. At this point, I believe it was a spirit trying to stop me so the tree wouldn't smash my truck. Well, after that, when I got back to driving, I didn't hear the knocking anymore until I got to my destination, at which point I unhooked from the trailer and proceeded to do my post-trip inspection. And again, there was nothing or anyone in the trailer. So, I don't really know. I guess, thank you to the spirit for saving my life potentially. And, yeah, I don't really know what to say. This story scared the daylights out of me.
And that's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, spooking us out each and every night, Monday through Friday, to kick off hour number 3. And it's always a good time when the Swampy is here. Want to remind you that if you want to listen to thousands more of those stories for free, head on over to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. You can get them all right there. And yeah, do what I do. Go to sleep and listen to those stories. It'll spook you out sometimes. From the stars, or make that from the swamp to the stars, it is time to head over to little Timmy Senor and the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Little Timmy Senor, it's always good to have you here, my friend. How you been doing?
Great. Been doing really well, just hanging out. It's actually blizzarding like crazy outside right now, so probably no school around here. As soon as we get a little frosting on the roads around here, everything shuts down. There was madness if you read some of the headlines from people on their commute home from Portland, Oregon. It's funny how snow is handled here opposed to everywhere else in the world. West Coast doesn't have snow.
Oh, I'm laughing because I am like, snow? Really? They're not canceling school here. We're supposed to get another foot here and then another foot on the weekend. That doesn't cancel school here.
Yeah, that's real snow, what you're getting there.
Oh, I know. And it's minus 20 Celsius outside of SOR headquarters right now. Probably more like minus 28, minus 30 with the wind chill going on. And it sucks. But what do you do? Hey, the main thing is the West Coast needs this cold front. It really does. It needs to bring some moisture into the forest. So you can't complain too much with the record firefighters we've had, or forest fires we've had the last 7 to 10 years.
Right. I mean, snowshoes and a wine sack full of rum, and you're good to go, right?
It's nothing what a little fireball and snow can't cure.
There you go.
Fireball and snow.
I love it.
Let me tell you, that is a great drink. A great, great drink. We've been talking a lot the last couple of weeks about balloons and drones, and I'm going to be honest with you, Tim. I am sick of it. I want to get back to where we are. I want to get back to some UFOs and aliens and what's happening around the UFO world, because there's a lot going on, and I want to get your opinion on this, because I cannot get this out of my head. And it involves Lou Elizondo, okay? And when this whole thing was going on with the balloons, Lou put out a statement. And I'm going to read this for our audience, okay? Because I think it is very important that we dissect this down. And I'm very curious of your opinion on this as well. So it says, the recently publicized incursions over our sovereign airspace are a reminder of what I have been saying for years, and the primary reason I resigned from my position as director of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, better known as ATIP. UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, are regularly flying with impunity in our nation's sovereign airspace and present an urgent national security threat. But individuals within our government remain staunchly opposed to properly investigate and acknowledging this matter. Many of these UAP display beyond next generation capabilities that defy what we know about physics, interfere with our military and nuclear platforms, and remain unidentified. We must ascertain the capability, intention, and origin of these UAP at all costs. We cannot allow the antiquated stigma around UAP or inflexible mindsets within our government to prevent the American public from learning the truth, whatever that may be. It is time for the White House, the intelligence community, and our military to truly begin taking this matter seriously and to start working together in the best interest of the American people. Thanks to patriotic leaders like Senator Rubio, Senator Gillibrand, Congressman Carson, Congressman Gallagher, Congressman Burchett, their staffs, and the members of our military who have reported what they have seen, we now have bipartisan support for positive change and recent UAP legislation in the National Defense Authorization Act that will pave the way. I am proud to have played a role in the creation of this historic legislation and remain deeply involved with the efforts to address this national security threat. Now, he made that statement last week, but it is this part here that really, really makes me think. Because, Tim, I like to read between the lines. And it's a statement that he says right off the bat. The recently publicized incursions of our sovereign airspace are a reminder of what I have been saying for years and the primary reason I resigned from my position as director of ATIP. Now, when I read that, and I've talked to Lou Elizondo a number of times, I know the guy believes in UFOs. I know the guy believes that there is something out there that's not ours. Personally, I think the dude has had some seriously close encounters that he cannot explain regarding the phenomena. But when I read that statement over and over again, I just can't let it go. Because to me, it sounds like the Chinese balloon thing isn't about UFOs. His resignation wasn't about UFOs. It was more about other countries' technologies that were being seen and have been seen for years that the U.S. government wasn't doing anything about, in his opinion. Okay? Because UAP, and you know how much I hate that term, and I hate using the term. It feels false rolling off my tongue. That's a government term, okay, for this subject matter. And to me, it really defined the difference between an unidentified flying object, a UFO, and something that is man-made. I'm curious what you think of his statement on whether or not you drew the same conclusions or whether or not you feel that he means everything within the sky above.
Yeah, I don't think that Lou and his team ever came out specifically addressing UFOs as being the ultimate focus. Really, what we saw Mellon and everybody talking about was the threat, the potential threat. And so what we have to consider is the foundation that they were building without real information, because that information, as we know, is highly classified. The information that they collected on UAP, which is real, was on balloons and tech that was floating in reality over our skies. And a lot of us are able to document. However, a lot of that tech was confidential. And so again, the ways, the means, the actual information was hidden from the public, but perhaps behind the scenes, Elizondo and his team were working that narrative forward. So when it came to the UFO public and us asking on the topic of UFO, it was always danced around because it really wasn't their focus. Whenever you see UFO used in this narrative, it's being used to kind of collectively shadow the real information, which is that they're trying to move the ball down the field, which is funding for getting more information on what is flying above our skies with impunity. And he's very clear on that. And in fact, just recently, Senators Kirsten Gillibrand, Marco Rubio have been able to oversee bipartisan push for funding for the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. So in fact, just recently in the past couple of days, we've seen these two senators spearheading the bipartisan proposal to increase the budget for Senate office for APRO, the APRO office specifically. And so a total of 16 senators signed a letter to push for robust funding for APRO in the fiscal year of the 2023 budget under the National Defense Authorization Act. And so that is pretty up-to-date information. And now we can see how they're honing in on what they're really trying to do. These are the senators that are on the same team as what Elizondo is pushing for. This is the same thing. And yes, they are using some pretty handy tools to get the ball down the field.
Oh, I think they're using some great tools to kind of move the project forward. But was it at the expense, looking at it and everything that's gone on, and with what Elizondo has said, and even Chris Mellon for that matter, was this a game that was played by using unidentified flying objects as the reasoning to get more points, maybe more posturing within government? I'm not too sure anymore.
Well, I think at one point, a direct quote would be that he was trying to burn ufology to the ground, right? And in the ashes, we have UAP and a reality of UAP, because here it is. We've been shooting them down and we still don't have the debris. And so we're left with a lot of questions. We're left how UFO was somehow used to bring this down. And the narrative is interesting because you have to step back and see what Elizondo was meaning when he said, see, this is what I was saying the whole time. Does he mean these unknown incursions into our airspace, including UFO? Well, he says nothing about UFO. It's all about UAP. And I think you have been starting, and I think that's important because UFO potentially is alien and UAP is potentially from here. But that can also include earthly natural events. So the phenomena, and it could be ET as well in their consideration, but I don't see it ever enter into the purview. And I mean, Mick West is pretty clear that UAP and UFO are different things as well. So even in his own words, go ahead.
If that is the case, and I'm not saying it is, but if that is the case, why use ufology as the scapegoat for balloons or drones?
Right. I mean, the same reason that ufology or UFO was used to bring in UAP, and why is UFO used in the same headline as balloons? It's all kind of the same thing. They're trying to muddy the waters. And so specifically, why do I think that was drawn in? I think it was literally for funding, because we're trying to draw funding into APRO, and APRO really was that baby project of the senators that I just mentioned, Rubio and Gillibrand, and obviously Mellon and his team, Elizondo, and that push to get this in front of Washington. And we're even seeing supporters in the military with the witnesses that they've chosen to highlight as being the ones they want to interview first, being ones that are bringing the nuclear aspect and the imperative threat narrative, if you will, that this is an urgency to it. And it may not be from outer space. It could be something mundane that is interfering with our military, and that's the emphasis. And I absolutely agree that there's a nuts and bolts aspect to UAP that draws in a massive concern. And I mean, that's the part that shows up on my instruments, right? I'm not able to really capture UFO. What I'm capturing is UAP so far. I have, that has been, my discernible difference in the evidence I'm able to draw just in my own personal research.
And with 15 seconds to go, let's continue this conversation when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Tim Senor is here with the UFO report. We call him our resident Timbit around here because we got to get some Canadiana in him, because I do live in Canada, according to the White House press secretary. From 100 Mile House, Canada, Spaced Out Radio and the UFO Report continue right after this. Hey, Tim, there's something wrong with your microphone. I think you're on your computer mic and not your studio mic.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Heads up.
All right, where are you, little Timmy Senor? Cannot hear you. Hey, Tokeland, how you doing? Jeremy Yowens, the guy with 2 soft J's?
Yeah.
There you are.
Sorry about that.
It happens.
I'm here. Is that better, worse, right on the money?
A little bit louder would be good.
A little bit louder now? A little bit louder now? How's that?
A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now.
All
A
right.
little bit softer now.
Hopefully that's going to work for everyone. Apologies for that.
Did you know that it is Random Guy's birthday at the top of the hour?
He's a little 44-year-old.
He's a baby. He's
like-
a baby.
Inf.
Mm-hmm. Shaq Valet, how are you? We're all going to sing happy birthday to Random Guy.
That's going to be horrible. But
It's
we'll
going to
do
be, it's going to be beautiful.
I hadn't pushed all my studio buttons.
Now I got background noise again. There you go.
How's that?
Yeah, but we need to get you a little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder.
There's like a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have a loud
Apparently,
computer fan.
apparently, Random Guy is going to bring his red-headed mohawk on camera tonight.
The mullet
Random guy,
I like it.
showing the public his chubby thighs.
I wasn't ready for that.
Mhm.
That's great. Oh,
I'll tell you. Random Guy walks into a KFC. People get hungry.
the manager gets excited.
You got that right.
Oh, yeah. Where men are men and the chicken are nervous.
Yes, it is. We should welcome in all of the alphabet agencies and agents tuning us in tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Hi, how are you? You already know our phone numbers, so give us a call sometime. Say hello.
Oh, if you were joking. So, do you ski? I think I asked you before.
I
Or
used to.
snowboard?
I used to ski.
You were a skier. Okay.
Oh, yeah. There was nothing better than a good black diamond.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I was a horrible snowboarder. I only tried it a few times. In fact, I tried one of the first Burton boards ever that came out, and it was just a plank of wood with a rope on the tip of it. And it was basically just a death slide down the mountain and like hopes and prayers. But good times. Early days of snowboarding. Yeah.
Put it this way, in order for me to ski, I had to tape up my knees so tight that after like a couple hours, they were killing me because I've torn both the ACL and MCLs in my knees.
Wow.
And skiing really isn't conducive to knee problems like that. So,
Yeah.
as much as I hate it, because I loved skiing, I would do anything to ski again. I just can't. We got 5 seconds here, buddy. Thank you to our super chatters tonight. We very much appreciate the love and our new subscribers as well. Here we go. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with the UFO report. Our good friend, little Timmy Senor, is with us. Yes, all the way from the blizzard conditions of Portland, Oregon. Tim, welcome back.
It's a total whiteout. Total whiteout.
Derek in the chat room is saying, hey, Dave, when can I come on camera and I want to show off my dreads? Well, if you got beautiful hair like that, we may make time. Right? Yeah. Right before the break, we were talking about whether or not this is a ploy to kind of, I don't know what it is about the UFO field, and UAP and the big difference. You have always been a real nuts and bolts guy. You and I have had long discussions and even some terse discussions. I won't say arguments because you and I don't argue, but some terse discussions regarding nuts and bolts versus the phenomena. And are you seeing a change now in the difference between UFOs and UAP after what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, that's a great way to put it. In the ashes of ufology, we now have UAP. Now, definitely UFOs exist, but boy, are they hard to capture. And isn't their history just elusive? Now, UAP is something that we can collate. There's data on it. These things are definitely in our skies. And we have information from our military and all over the place on it. It is a totally different beast. More than likely, if UFO exists, it's not from here or from now or whatever you want to call that. It's an other, and it's probably not human. Like, let's just call that. But then we have UAP, which also could include ET and UFO, because I don't want to discern those out of the box, because anything could be UAP at this point. And even our highest levels in government are talking about that fact. They love to discern the two, but they're like, in this case, it's not aliens, but they're still, making that statement to us that, hey, don't worry, this one is not aliens. Like, okay, cool. Well, thanks for saying aliens publicly to the world, in that fashion, and then laugh about it, which is also super helpful. But the fact of the matter is, we know that they're using really cool, high-tech technology looking for UAP, not even to just prove it, but just to make sure that we're not being threatened by it, right? Because that's what we've seen, is they detected it and then they took it down, and they wanted to be able to prove that that was feasible and possible and doable. And now we see Senators Gillibrand and Rubio coming out asking for more money for APRO. What does that tell me is that they're not even thinking about UFO anymore. That's not even in their purview. They understand how to use UFO to get funding, but it's really about the things that they believe in, quote unquote. And I would say that a lot of these people may believe in the possibilities of UFO, but it's not their biggest concern. They're not worried about aliens because in their minds, it's been here for a long time and it's not threatening us, right? The threat is something that they can actually see and collate, and that's UAP.
See, I tend to agree with you now. For a long time, I was really, really naive to the idea that this was about UFOs. That Tom DeLonge and the To the Stars Academy were about unidentified flying objects. And even though I fought that because I never supported the To the Stars Academy, just something seemed a little greasy about it. Now, looking at it, I think that we have to really separate what the government is showing us comparatively to what is truly going on. And it almost makes me wonder now whether or not people like Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon or whoever are actually pushing for a UFO agenda. It does make me wonder whether or not, over the years, we always heard about this shadow type government that is controlling the UFO news. I believe, uh, what were they called? The something college, right?
The secret.
The secret, like a secret college or whatever, and look, I didn't want to believe that. I do believe with all of the incursions and everything that has happened from before Roswell, months before Roswell to where we are today, I do believe there are alien incursions happening, whether it's with the military. I mean, you look at the story Random Guy told us, about his buddy in the Navy having that craft come out of the water, hover right on the flight line of the aircraft carrier, and then shoot up in the sky at 68,000 miles an hour. That's nothing of our technology. Or submarines or naval vessels recording things going underwater at near Mach speed, which we cannot do, even with the best of the torpedoes. And I'm just looking at the big picture now and wondering if there isn't some sort of cover-up of the UFO phenomena through UAP. Could that be possible, Tim?
I mean, absolutely. And the waters are so murky. It's like which one is covering which. And I think that each story, everything that happens, like it's literally like that film Wag the Dog. They take it play by play. They're like, how are we going to handle this? What do we want the final outcome of this to be? Because they have predictable results with every maneuver that they make. And so they know that if they want this to be a balloon in the media as the result, well, then they'll make sure they have footage of that just in case they need it, whether they have to fake it or not. They'll have that footage. It's just one of those things. That's how the film Wag the Dog worked. One way or another, they had their result happen, right? And it is that way. I absolutely guarantee it. And it's not just that way in this country. That's the way it is in most countries, I'm sure. We're absolutely under a mind control through our media. And so it's really tough to weed through and get real facts. And what you need to do is try and get as close to a public source for some of these stories as possible. So like if something comes out as a UFO initially in the media, well, follow that trail, rather than something that is already disguised as UAP. I think that's already kind of a convoluted message. But you brought up TTSA and some of the origins of UAP in itself. And I think that TTSA came out under the premise of hoping for technologies sourced through their metamaterials they claim to have. and they had diagrams even of great intergalactic spacecraft and things like that on their website. And it kind of promised investors a hope for the future, something through their metamaterial resources and their refined science. And a lot of what they did was introduce us to a team of people that were trying to find the truth about UFOs and the science behind it. And so they were already laying the groundwork for what they now have is these or let's call it the transmedium UAP. And we're now even seeing them in the skies, and maybe they shot one down recently. And so that is a pretty public move, right? We've always been wondering, are they ever going to shoot one of these down? Well, they just did. And so potentially we're seeing that progression in the news, and it's just being disguised as one thing but being called another. They use the UFO word in a lot of the publications to get people's attention for a reason, but then immediately in the subtext they immediately negate UFO out of the reality of what they're about to get into. So they use UFO to get you there, and then now it's UAP, and then suddenly it's just a discussion of balloons.
I think you said it well, better than anybody. I really do. And I think you're absolutely right regarding the fact that we do have to correlate a difference between UFOs and UAP now. And I don't think, it makes me wonder about somebody like Tim Burchett, the congressman out of, I believe, somewhere in the South, Arkansas or somewhere along those lines, where he has been, grandstanding over the last number of months, literally saying to the American public, we are lying to you about what we know about UFOs. We are lying to you about extraterrestrials and aliens. There's more there. Why aren't you asking about it? Why isn't the Navy giving it up, or the Pentagon, or the alphabet agencies, or the government? Is he the only one really speaking truthfully here? Because there is more to it, and maybe there is that shadow agency in Washington, D.C. that is looking after the UFO portion.
Oh, I absolutely think so. And in fact, I think it's less shadowy than we consider. Let's out the space program and not call it secret. I know it's called the secret space program, but SSP has gotten such a weird rap and a lot of BS attached to it. If there is a reality of a secret space program, it would absolutely be handling the other that is coming to this planet. You hear a lot of things about that, but it's, again, really hard to weed through what's true and what's not. Now, we see tons of money being spent on that and not a lot of media information, not even from them. They always talk about satellites, but I don't think that's really the focus of Space Force, necessarily all of it. Now, there's an aspect potentially of Space Force that is secret. Can we call that the secret space program? Maybe. And so that is also a very murky water to get into. But I do believe that there is a nuts and bolts aspect to ufology that is still real and that still has existed forever, and that is secret, and that they maybe our government does know about and doesn't want to give us anything on, because they're using it to divert their own narrative, their own program. The last thing they want to do is strike fear into us at the same time as causing chaos in their chain of spending, right? That would be a massive upheaval of not only our financial world, but our social world if they were to reveal that reality. That's just fact. And there's no way around it. We don't want to admit that amongst us, but that is absolutely the way it would appear on paper if you were to do the math. Them giving us the truth on the nuts and bolts aspect of potential contact would throw everything completely off. And so, we've talked about that Pandora's box, but I don't think we've even scratched the surface about what that would really reveal. The rest of the world is actually waiting for somebody to pull the plug on the truth behind it. Somebody has it all, and they're waiting for the US potentially to lead the way, because historically that has been the way. The US usually leads on things and the rest of the world follows.
And that is very true. And the U.S. seems to want to lead the way into this entire phenomena here. Okay, but the question is, where'd the UFOs go? Okay, where did the crash retrievals go? Where did the potential ET contact go? We know it's happened. We know it's currently happening. We know the reports are coming in. We know that the so-called eyewitnesses that are getting their day in court as a whistleblower are going to be talking about the phenomena. Where does all that go? Does it stick with the NSA? Does it go to the CIA, the NRO, the RG? I don't know.
Right. Well, we see Enigma trying to get in too. And they want to collate everything historically and gather new reports. So there's a lot of people that want to be the one-stop shop for data. But I mean, absolutely, there has to be some kind of historical relevancy when you're looking into this topic. And if they are seriously trying to do that according to what the 2023 report is going to require for the next year, they have to historically come up with a lot of information and then collate it and see how it works into our current narrative. And the thing is, you may find a lot of what that stuff historically was disinformation based on events that they were covering up, that was maybe something as simple as a Chinese balloon, landing, but they had to call it Roswell sequence of events. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, historically, there's so little information that we can get on fact. We don't have DNA, we don't have bodies. I want to think historically that was all factual because there were witnesses, right? And you wonder how deep the that truth that they wanted to implant was, because Roswell has stuck, right? The alien potential of Roswell has stuck throughout the ages till now. And there's still tons of people that believe that. However, now that we see how the UFO topic is totally used to cover up events that we don't really want to talk about that could be mundane, such as a Chinese balloon, that could have been the story, another cover up. And the truth eventually had to come out, and they were like, okay, look, it was a balloon. It was a weather balloon. And by that point, everyone was like, yeah, right. That was aliens, and you don't want to tell us. So I think it's so hard to look at those historical events and know what's real and what isn't based on what we're seeing right now, especially. I'm kind of new to this, but to me, this looks like a repeat of things that have happened in history. They would love to keep UFOs in the headlines whenever they talk about things that they're not sure what they are, whether they're ours or theirs. They could be alien. I mean, that's a slap in the face to the reality of the fact that there could be alien here. I don't think they're even interested in that. Now, some believers are in there, and maybe they're looking for that truth.
3 minutes to go before we gonna call it the night here. We'll bring in a little bit of overtime on our YouTube channel. I'm curious, do you think that maybe this is the reason why Enigma Labs is getting as much play as they are right now with NASA, with APRO? Even though they're not a government organization, they are a private organization who is allegedly wanting to look into, go figure, the nuts and bolts of UFOs. Is that going to be key in this, or is this just a ruse of another group that's got lucky?
Right. Well, absolutely. They are going to be key. We can see there's nothing we can do. They're here to stay. Their logo has the Tic Tac on it, right? Which is interesting. But let's also consider the fact that we can probably consider that they don't know about the real truth of UFO and the alien reality. If that's a thing, they don't know the first thing really about it, because they're still scrambling for data. They're willing to spend a lot of money for it, and outwardly, asking their own government officials to dig into the history and see if there was a cover up, see what the truth of this is. They want to obviously find out and out it. So if there is anything truly to UFO, it's going to be brought out, and let's see how they handle it, because at some point they will discover that there is a massive gray area here and it's not mundane. So I think it's going to be pivotal for these things, if they're honest and transparent, and things like MUFON keeping some checks and balances, and hopefully a watchdog group comes out and keeps checks and balances. We can get the real truth out, that there is still that gray area. And if they're honest, they'll admit they don't know a thing about it yet.
They really don't. And with 90 seconds to go, where do we point our eyes? If we're looking for UFOs, where in this whole government sanctum do we point our eyes?
Back to public, all the public data, creating watchdog groups, creating groups that can represent the public, and real witnesses and real UFO information, and get that stuff up on Washington.
You got that right. You got that right. Well, I tend to think the same, Tim. And I think this was a good education for all of us here on the difference between UFOs and UAP going into this. And I think we do have to draw a line in between. And I think we also have to draw a line on where the information is coming from. Is it coming from the same olds? Is it coming from the rah government podcasts and blogs that are out there? Is it coming from the people who want to make the money, like Enigma or Galileo or UAPX? Where is the message coming from? Even MUFON. It's strange days ahead. And right now, my advice, just sit back, relax, and watch. Grab a cocktail, put your feet up, grab some cheesies, and just watch what happens. Because eventually, something's going to happen here very soon in the UFO world. Tim Senor, we thank you for coming on the UFO Report once again, my friend. And it's always great when you are on the show with us. So thank you very much. Thank you to Swamp Dweller for another great spooky story here on the Swamp to kick off hour number 3. And our special guest tonight, researcher, author, Diane Tessman, experiencer, talking about time travel and aliens tonight. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at work, at home, in your car, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Timmy.
Timmy leaks.
Oh, Tim Timothy.
That's so
chasing
funny.
his UFOs elegantly.
My dad used to sing that same thing.
Timothy.
Yeah. Same thing. That's hilarious.
If you were a UFC fighter, would you be Timbo Slice?
Ooh, no, but that's interesting that you would. I'd have to be the Timinator or something ridiculously silly.
That's if you were AI.
Right.
Hello, President Zaddy. How are you? Kim Jellin, how are you? Who else came in here late? Derek Ning, how are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Timbuktu.
Timbuktu. Very nice. Very nice. Your parents know that you're a Timbit?
No, they do not. But they would be proud. So what do we got happening? We got RG coming in.
We're waiting for random guy here.
We got your candles lit, buddy. Come on.
I do. Come on, random guy. Where are you?
Turn off my lights for you, buddy. Make it spooky.
Where are you? Intimidator.
Oh,
According to
that's
President
good.
Zaddy. There he is. Happy
Hey, what's up?
birthday to you.
Oh,
Random
this is
guy.
hot.
Happy
like Marilyn
birthday
to you. Random guy. Happy birthday, dear random guy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I love it. I'm clapping.
That was pretty good.
That was awesome, guys. I'm really moved right now. Officially as of 1 minute ago.
That is beautiful.
Good stuff. I'm glad to see us not talking about the B word.
Yeah. We're not talking about it.
It's nice.
We're not mentioning her at all.
I should call her. Thinking about coming on camera. What do you guys think?
I think you should.
Idea?
You
Is
should.
that a good idea or a bad idea?
Well, you're
It
40.
all depends. Have you put your teeth in?
This is 40, so
I'm laying in bed half naked. No, I'm just kidding. I am sitting in bed though. I don't want to traumatize the audience.
what percentage of leather are you wearing? Let's just get that out right now.
I don't know.
A small percentage.
That's huge.
I don't know. Let's ask chat. Chat, do you want me on camera or do you like the attention that we built here?
They want to see you. They want to. All right.
Just bring the camera up super close so all we see is just like an eye.
It's like my one bad tooth.
The gap. just the gap.
Good time.
Oh,
I don't even know what it's gonna look
Why
like.
you
I'm
wear
on
your
an iPad.
baseball cap crooked?
Are you cocktailing? It's your birthday.
Of course I am.
We'll put the glass up in front of the camera and we'll see you through the glass. How's that? That's kind of
Probably the best I've ever looked. I didn't actually adjust. I'm making sure you can't see too much. Hold on a second. I need a way to test this
tie
actually.
your robe up,
Here, hold on.
brush
I
your
don't want-
locks.
I don't want to make this a non-monetized stream real quick.
Tie that thing in a knot, put it in a pocket, put all your
Hey,
guns away.
Where's your posse? They're not in the chat room tonight.
Yeah, everybody's sick of my crap. They're like, you're on your own, loser. It's your birthday. It's time for you to know what you're really made of. No one cares.
They got them boozed up and then put them on the radio.
Yeah, screw it. Whatever. Hang on. Oh, Love is the expert here. Love has done the research. You know what's funny, guys? Hold on a second. Well, I'm trying to figure out my camera without you seeing what I see.
Tech guy. This is a tech guy right here, people. Tech expert.
Definitely
Any
not.
minute now.
All right,
Oh
here we
wait,
go.
do I have to? Is it? Pull it out of your pocket.
We know what's going on here. All right, hold on. Ready? We get a countdown, or how do we do this?
down in 3, 2, 1.
Ta-da!
There he is. Random
There he
guy.
is. Uh-oh, now you've got a fan club.
Live from my bedroom.
There he is.
My son left a minion pillow.
Sweet. Nice pillow.
Who wants to cuddle?
That's great.
You look like I know you.
You do know me pretty well. This is actually a shitty view though, because it's like you're seeing like my triple chin and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So whatever.
Getting ready for his stand-up. He's all trimmed up.
So what most of the chat doesn't know is I actually do stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
That's an actual thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You are considered the Bob Saget of SoCal.
Yeah.
If it's not funny, go to Random Guy's show.
Are you able
I
to
was
talk about
surprised.
any of your other stuff that you do? Do you want to talk about that?
No.
No, okay.
We'll leave it be.
Okay.
I always get nervous when I go to LA because it's super like over the top liberal, and I like to do a lot of political jokes. So
No.
doesn't always go my way.
I can't imagine you doing political satire. No way.
You've literally seen my stand-up, Tim.
Oh man, do you wear wigs and stuff for your stand-up ever, or do prop makeup?
I do the Leroy character.
Okay.
I do the guy from Kentucky. So with the accent and all that, people like that.
That's great.
It works well.
How much has since you've been hanging out with us? How much has Canada worn off on you?
Still never eaten poutine.
Oh, you're missing out.
I couldn't tell you the difference between Montreal and Toronto on a map.
Toronto's closer, more south.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much. I know it's cold. I know the people are friendly, mostly crazy. That's the way it goes in Canada.
You know what? This entire show could be one of your stand-ups.
Oh, I've written material on it. Trust me. I'm doing a whole SOR set. Don't worry about it.
Passive aggressive.
No, I'm directly aggressive, sir.
That's
I actually
the
got
look you
myself
don't
a
want.
birthday shirt. Chat, what do you guys think about this? I'm gonna wear this all day tomorrow. I'm not sure if it sends the right message that I'm here to party, but I'm here to party, just so we're all clear.
It's perfect.
I thought so.
Oh God. Oh,
Where's
I
your
love
Random
it.
Guy
I think Timmy is the most uncomfortable with this.
It's just the unicorn. I was not expecting that. But you know what? I have a new shirt on too. Check this out. This is not even a real pocket. I didn't know that when I bought the shirt. This shirt is an absolute lie. Unless you want, I guess toothpick.
It's a
special.
special.
So that's an
special
A-tip shirt.
nipple concealer.
A-tip shirt.
It's an A-tip shirt.
It's an absolute lie.
A nip shirt.
A nip
It's
shirt.
the nipple. It's all
Because
about
it
the
is. It's
nipple
got one
concealment.
button for a false pocket. It's just
yeah.
unbelievable.
I see where you're going there. I see where you're going there.
Good stuff.
So, are we talking about anything, or are we just here to
I didn't even contact you. Bye, Siri.
Siri sucks anyways.
Just keep quiet and go
All
away.
about Google Assistant.
So what else is up there, Random Guy? Besides heading into your mid-40s now,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, at this
Downhill.
point, back pain kicks in, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stay in the gym. Clearly not lately. Trying to stay in the gym, trying to fight it, but there's nothing left to look forward to. I don't know. Got married. That didn't end well. I got 2 beautiful kids. That's great. I go on random UFO shows just to spread misinformation because it's fun. But other than that, I don't know. Trolling as a career. I'm retired at 44. It's a weird thing.
are you really retired though? Are you
Well,
really?
I mean, I'm not rich, but I don't have to work to pay my bills. So that's kind of retired, right? Semi-retired, I still do stuff for fun. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
What's fun in random guy's life?
Shooting, driving fast cars, race cars, playing World of Warcraft still. Yes, I actually do that.
You definitely do.
I'm the
How much-
only I'm the
how much-
only 6'3", 280-pound dude
No, you're not.
in the gym that's
Oh,
playing World of Warcraft.
in the
I'm
gym.
I'm the only 6'3", 280-pound dude that can bench 400 that's playing World of Warcraft. How about that?
Okay. All
I'll
right.
put it
Now
that-
you're refining it. Because at
Yeah,
first
yeah.
I was
I'm going to
like,
define exactly my role here. So,
there's a lot of 280-pound guys playing World of Warcraft. Guess. I'm just guessing.
you know what's funny? I have a lot of guys that play it, military friends that still play it. So, it's dope.
Right.
It's a good release. It's a good release from all the, the ish show.
I mean, how accurate are some of the Call of Duty games?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Is there any video game out there that you would say is accurate?
No, I know that, what is it, DCS for the fighter stuff. So here's another fun fact. I actually used to build and taught air combat maneuvering at an entertainment venue temporarily when I first got in the military. And we used to get fighter pilots in all the time, and they would get super pissed because even though the simulation was very realistic, they're waiting for the G-forces. Whereas I could fight, go into the dogfight knowing I'm not going to have any physical effects, so I could push it literally to the parameters of what the aircraft could perform, and they get super pissed when I shoot them down. Like, these are like professionals, and I'd be like, haha, don't worry about it, dude. It's like, we go up in the real thing. I was like, take me up in the real thing, you can get me back. They never took me up in the real thing.
Dude, I can hear my dog having dreams outside here. Isn't that the cutest thing when dogs dream? They're doing the little like.
Oh, he's
yelp.
doing the pedal?
Oh, I don't know what he's, but you know how they're like, whoop, 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 whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
It's the cutest sound.
Yeah.
She's adorable.
I know what you're talking about.
Right on. Sorry, that was off topic. It's just she's so loud.
So I'll tell you guys this. Now that I know people see, like, my identity is not really a secret. I just don't care. It's not that important who I am. It's what I'm bringing to the table. But I hope you guys, by seeing me now, can say clearly I'm not one of these other type of guys. Like, I'm literally random dude that you would see at the grocery store. I just know a lot of crap. That's all it is. So hopefully we put that to bed. There's no scandal.
I have a question for you.
Sure, shoot.
Because I know you heard Tim and I talk about the last 45 minutes about the real difference between UAP and UFOs now. Do you think there's a difference?
Yeah, I think you and I have a lot of synchronology on this. Like,
Synchronology. I like that.
Sorry, wasn't that a Police album? No, Synchronicity, right? The Police.
I liked
album
your
from 1979.
synchronology.
Anyways, my whole point is I agree. I feel like it's all a game, you guys. Life is a game. Unfortunately, even the serious stuff, it's all a game. Like, we can take it as serious as you need to take it to make your best life, take care of your family, to do the best you can. Because there's so many things that are beyond your control. And a lot of it that you're concerned about at like government levels or like military levels, they're trolling us. I know because I've been behind the curtain. Like, we think it's hilarious to mess with people. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but that's literally a thing. Like, it really is. Like, so don't stress it. The professionals got it in hand. If they don't, we're all dead. So that's it. Like, you can either worry about it or don't, because if they get it wrong, we're all dead. So what are you really worried about? Now, going back to UFO stuff, yeah, I want to know. You guys want to know? That's a totally different subject, right? Look, foot, because no pants. You see my leg. So sexy. Anyways, UFOs is a different thing.
Happy there.
UFOs is a different thing. But the rest of this stuff, it's all smokescreen. It's all a game. Don't stress about the Chinese or Iranians. That's not your job. Don't worry about it. Because the guys that do this stuff are really damn good at their jobs. Really damn good at it. And if they screw up, we're all dead. So sleep well.
Okay, but do you think then, if this is all been a game between UAP and UFOs, okay, do you think, and I don't think this would cross your NDA, so I'm not afraid to ask this question, do you think hypothetically then that there would be some sort of hidden agency within an alphabet group that is actually investigating UFOs.
100%. 100%, I would imagine there is. And I have no problem speaking about that because I've never seen one, never been briefed on one, know nothing about it other than speculation and other people's experiences. So I'll tell you straight up. But knowing how things work, it's probably 20 or less people in the entire planet out of however many billions. So good luck, right? Like the old adage, 2 people could keep a secret if one of them's dead. You know what I mean? Like, there is no way there is an official organization of any kind in the government that has kept a secret for 70 years. And you might say, well, we got leaks and we have whistleblowers and we found this redacted document. No, you don't know ish, right? You don't know anything. You really don't. You just speculate. We all do. And I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying like us. We don't know shit. We know what they want us to know, or that they messed up and they covered up. Like, there's no way to keep a secret with that many people. You can't have like an official, X-File group investigating. It would have come out. And none of these OSI guys or anybody else that's pretending to be, CIA. I'm not saying anybody specifically, but anybody coming out, I know what these guys do. They're background investigators, they're criminal investigators, they're incident investigators. They're not some high-tech UFO gatekeepers. That's not what it is. And so it's comical to me. Do these things exist? Yes. Have all these other guys heard about it? Probably, and that's why they're concerned and they want to whistleblow, but they don't know. They just know it's there. They don't know what it is or who's doing it or who's hiding it or what. No one knows. I'm telling you. So if there is, I think there probably is, but it's less than 20 people alive on the planet. So good luck. Go get your Starbucks in the morning and have a nice day.
Right.
Let's keep this between us as a community, because you're not getting the answers from a podium ever. I don't care what money they throw at it. It's all by design.
Is that okay? So let's go along that fact of whether or not that what you stated is 100% or 30% or whatever. But let's just be hypothetical here for a second. What would be the purpose of knowing or not knowing or keeping it from the public?
Multiple reasons. I mean, if it's truly UFO alien stuff, right? What they're going to look at it from, if they don't understand it, they're not going to tell you. Okay, that's the way that works. The government protects you. If you're not aware of this, Dave and Tim, we're from the government. We're here to help. You don't know better. We're going to take care of you. So until they fully understand something, they want to play the hero, rightfully so, as they should be doing. But the last thing they want to do is say, hey, guys, we found this stuff. Between you and us, we don't know what the hell's going on. Like, they're never going to tell you that. And because if it is legitimately alien, they don't know. They don't know, and they're not in the business of briefing anything. Trust me, they'd love to, but they probably have no idea what the hell's going on with this stuff. Like, let's be real about it. Right. Dave, are you doing bumps? You're not even in Vegas yet. What's going on?
I know. I'm preparing.
I got a key and a bathroom and a stripper. No, never mind. Family show. Wrong.
Okay.
So
anyway. Would this be okay? So one of the things that I like to look for is little hints within movies. Okay, I don't watch a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if you take the first Transformers, where that guy shows up and he's like, "I'm with Sector 7. You never heard of us. You never will." Okay, is that the kind of thing that we are talking about here?
Yeah, but again, if that thing exists, if that is a reality, it's like a dozen people, and those people, they don't even tell the president unless he needs to know. Like, there's people that collect and collate data for signals intelligence, foreign intelligence, terrorist groups that never even the president or the Secretary of Defense doesn't hear about. There's think groups. There's dude, the scope of the CIA and the NSA and how good they are at their damn jobs, you guys. And I'm saying this as a compliment. They collect data we don't even know until we need it. And then they're like, oh yeah, we got that file. Like, these guys are really damn good. It's not so like everybody gives these 3-letter agencies like a crap name, like they're hiding from us and they're snooping on us. Okay, yeah, there's probably some infringements there. We've caught them. But overall, I'm not saying it's okay. We can debate the what do you call it? Fourth Amendment, like your right to privacy. We can debate that stuff. But ultimately, my kids go to school tomorrow and there's not sarin gas getting dropped on the school. You know what I mean? Like ultimately, I'm like, greater good. Most of these people have families like that work in these jobs. CIA guys aren't all dudes that just drink scotch all night and then go kill people. Like, that's not what they do. They're regular ass people. They're just very professional about their jobs. And I think they get a bad name. Like, we got to give them a little bit of a leash here. But yeah, they do great stuff. They prepare briefings. I'm sure there's briefings prepared on UFOs on every incident. Every incident, I'm sure somebody somewhere in some group has a whole briefing on it. But because they don't know what it is, it's just in a file. That's my opinion. I don't know this to be true, but based on how I know the government works, that's my opinion.
Okay, you have friends within the intelligence community because you guys hang out together like flies on shit. Let's be honest. You know,
Why you got to do it like that, bro?
Why? Because you told me there's a file now that they're checking out Davey here, and Davey's got nothing. No, but
I saw your last prostate exam. I'm glad it's going down. But
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's good progress there on the prostate.
Another colonoscopy or not?
No, that's good stuff. No polyps. Like we're doing. Oh wait, we're still live. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, I got the scissors and trimmed them. The Canadian healthcare, right?
This show started at the bottom and it's just staying.
Well, no, the doctor said that the exam was fine. It was just shaving all the hair to get in there. That was the
truth. Hey, it's winter time. What am I supposed to do?
They're like, dude, we thought we were doing a colonoscopy on a polar bear. What the hell is going on?
Hey,
it's in hibernation.
I'm sorry. I can see Chad on the TV. I'm sorry. This is what you get when you wanted random guy. You got random guy. Sorry, it's what I do.
See what I said? Straight brim cap right there. Straight brim cap guy.
Bro, don't hate. I'm from Southern California. What do you want from me? I'm a dude. Everything's okay. Dude, bro. Here. Dude, bro.
On a serious note, though.
Okay, go back.
You hang out with a number of friends.
I'm aware of people that work in official positions. Yes. Okay.
I'll say that you've probably shared one of them Beechwood aged scotches with them or something like that before. And I guess my question is, what do they think of in those conversations of you now hanging out with a bunch of UFO weirdos like little Timmy Senor and myself?
Oh, they think it's hilarious. They started watching. You got new viewers because of me. And it's not they're not even doing it in like an official capacity. They're just doing it to laugh. Because they know, people that know. So like when, it doesn't matter if you have a guest, you have somebody make a claim, somebody says something in chat. Dude, half the time that I'm not on the show, we watch a show every night religiously now. But to us, because we know certain things are completely false, we do like a drinking game with it. We take shots when someone says something so ridiculously, absurdly wrong, and we think it's hilarious. So it is what it is. Like, here comes the basic instinct leg move again. Okay, let's go. You looked, you dirty bird, you looked.
Of course, we all looked. I'm curious, are you a Ken doll? You may not, you're just like nothing.
No, because I'm ugly.
No, but I mean, when you pull down the shorts, there's nothing.
If I was attractive, that might be a problem. But God had to give me one disadvantage. So he's like, you're going to be an ugly redhead. The rest of you got it.
But wasn't G.I. Joe a redhead? And you pulled his shorts down and it was just smooth in the front.
I never pulled my G.I. Joe shorts down, Tim.
Come on. How did you change his pants, dude, from camo to khaki?
Tim, why are you playing with your G.I. Joe with no pants?
You got to switch out the
Chat
camo
wants to know,
for
Tim.
the backyard. Come on, to the front yard. camo to khaki. Got to change him at some point.
He had a great ass though.
See, now that I would
as a heterosexual. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, we're way off topic.
So you guys think, okay, so what's funny? What's funny? What makes you guys
Evidently
laugh?
not me.
Take shots.
It could be anything. It could be from, I hate to say names, but if I say certain things, we're gonna know who I'm talking about. Certain claims about certain locations that certain events happened, that they saw aliens or whatever, and they're like, yeah, I went underground there. And like, I know people that there is no underground there, for instance, like 100% on my life, I know. And I've heard guests or other people make these claims, and I'm just like, so we're just like cheersing up our, hey, Crown Royal, let's do a shot for this idiot. Like, it's just because they're either lying or they're insane. Like, there's nowhere in between, because we know for a fact some of the things they're saying are physically impossible, like as a fact. And that's hilarious. Not to pick on everybody, because again, I'm interested in some of this stuff. The whole reason I'm here and I became friends with you is I'm like, dude, let's clean this up. Like, let's get all the crap out of here and let's focus on real stuff, because a lot of stuff is crazy people. Like, it's just what it is.
That's the woo part, man.
Dude, that's what it is. I'm telling you facts, bro. I mean, it's all good. Everybody likes the girl that thinks she was. Never mind. I'll leave that. I'm drinking. I shouldn't. No.
Are you drinking a cosmopolitan?
I'll leave that alone.
Well, could you circle in on something where it makes you guys stop and listen?
Yeah, when you talk about anything in the ocean, when you talk about mountain stuff that's not from the sites that we all know about, when you talk about the abduction stuff, I've told you guys this, I'm not trying to write anybody off, but like, I want tangible stuff. And the things that have matched my experience, my friends' experience, and military people's experience tend to come from very specific places. Not some random, I was walking through the woods in Canada. And so like, and I'm not saying like Dave's thing didn't happen. I think it did. To him, I don't know if it's real or not. Doesn't matter. I trust Dave and I validate his experience for himself. My point is, I want things that are not subjective. I want objective. That's what I want. So like, my story's great. Your story's great. I told you I have a story. I have a friend that has a story in the Navy. We all got a story, or a lot of us have a story of a friend or a family member. We need to find a way to take the subjectiveness of that. So they're like, oh, that guy's old, or that person was a kid, or they were probably molested and not abducted, or whatever the story may be. We need a way to cut through the BS and make it more objective. I don't know what that is, but I'm here to help. And being here to help means crack really crappy jokes, but that's what I'm here for.
No, you're right. The jokes have been crappy, man. They've been going. Canada.
Kira, yes, you're crazy. You're nuts. I'm just kidding. You seem very nice. I'm excited to meet you.
Kira is like 6'1".
Yeah, so she's still shorter than me.
But before she puts the 4-inch stiletto heels on, I know I had to look up at her last year.
Well, you and Timmy should take turns on each other's shoulders. And well, actually, I don't know about you on Timmy's shoulders. He might collapse, but
So when we get reports that are pretty valid, for example, maybe some of the stuff from the Ukraine taken with some high tech, or perhaps some of the images that we hope to get publicized from, say, Avi Loeb and his team, or maybe another reputable, independent scientific source that may not be out for clicks. That kind of evidence is out there, and it's being scrutinized by peer teams and other scientists and things like that. Is that the sort of information that is interesting to, let's say, the three-letter agencies? And like, when they hear about that sort of thing, are they drawn to it?
I assume so. I don't work for a three-letter agency, so I don't know
Right.
these. I'm just a random guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, in my experience, yeah, they're interested in it. But again, it goes to a guy at a desk. And I'm like, here you go, bro, check it out. And within a few minutes, they decide if it's relevant or not. It goes in a file. And most of it's not relevant because if it doesn't have a kinetic outcome, meaning somebody died, something got blown up, assets got lost, intel was lost, like something we can attribute to national security, it usually just goes in a file. Because there's too many things going on. Like our government's huge. It's probably too big as it is, right? With the amount of government people we have. But the reality is, even with all the government people we have working intelligence, it's not enough. Like think about how many people in the world and the percentage, even though it's very low of bad people, there's a lot of crap going on out there that we need to keep track of. So like that's very low priority in the scheme of things.
So would you say that they're not paying attention to the results of things like SCU or independent scientists that are reputable, or for like the results of Travis Taylor, even and his team, that they're doing at Skinwalker Ranch, even though it's public? There's an aspect.
I think that's rad. I love Skinwalker Ranch stuff because the reason I'm a big fan of Skinwalker is because I think there's a radiation type stuff going on there that's either related to poles, something magnetic, EMF, I don't know, but like there's some seriously cool stuff out there. So like I love what they're doing because they're not just saying we're here to look at aliens. Like they have a whole gamut of things that they're investigating, and I enjoy hearing what they have to say. I guess some of it's for media, but for the most part, it's cool stuff.
It is super cool. I spent the summer out there actually with my team, and we were getting the same results as them almost.
Awesome.
It's just bizarre. But a lot of it is hype, and a lot of it is like partial information. Some of the things that they were seeing in the sky was definitely explainable, even though they would keep it in the show. When they actually came out with their results, you had to read their results to actually see that some of the stuff they were filming in the sky were actually planets that were visible in the daytime and things like that, which is, totally rookie, but at the same rate, it can happen very easily if you're just excited or, you're looking really hard sometimes. But I love the show. I love the fact that they're all about the nuts and bolts. I like the fact that they're inspirational to other people that are like, I could do that, and that
Brandon's running it the right way.
Yeah.
Brandon's running it the right way because he segmented the people on his team. So he's not wasting, people are not chasing their tails. Taylor, he doesn't get in the way of the other gentleman, I forget his name, that does the ground stuff. And like they all have their role.
Very hard.
They stay out of each other's way and they come together with the data that they're each uniquely qualified to bring. Mm-hmm. That's how you do it. Like you don't just have a bunch of people throwing 400 ideas. You have the astrophysicists do the astrophysicist things. You have the aerospace engineer give you input on possibilities of air. You know what I mean? And that's what they do great out there.
Yep. That is a working model. A model that works, rather. And I mean, my team, it's only 4 people, but we totally do exactly that because you have limited time, limited access to a location, and you have to be really specific, and you have to check everything twice. You don't want to walk away with botched data because that's not going to help. But the fact is that they are showing a very an expurgated version of the scientific method because of time and they can't show you everything. But that's why I like the show. But what I didn't like about it was that, again, it felt like they were kind of building you up for, I don't know, like even with the name of the show, like something negative, right? And I don't think necessarily that it is something scary and negative. But I have a question for you about what recently we've seen in the news. And if they didn't plan to take down these objects initially, but were forced to kind of...
Here we go.
I know, but I have a reason for going into this.
I'm messing with you.
So they didn't even plan on doing that. But yet what they got out of it was this whole message of the potential threat and more funding. And I'm wondering, we saw that 2022 report, and then just weeks later, and in that report, we saw the wordage of balloons and things like that. And then we saw this action. But the outcome of it is this new interpretation of the phenomenon and how widely spread that net is. And the fear factor, I feel, is a big thing because we're hearing it from everyone involved, including Travis Taylor, who was talking about how many, the fact that you've got a half-ton capability there, or whatever it was. And just, what is your thoughts on that? Because remember, this wasn't a planned takedown, right?
Right.
So was it just timing? What is your thoughts, big picture now, knowing 2020?
Well, I will tell you this about that. Mr. Taylor and others that are very obviously qualified, their job is threat assessment. Their job, like, he's looking at everything. I know him working for Brandon has really enhanced what he's done, but not just him, but just using it as an example. Their job, and it kind of sucks because what sells more than anything? Fear, right? So that kind of sucks. So it's like, if you have a TV show, you have a magazine, you have a Twitter account, it doesn't matter what it is. Negative sells, fear sells, right? That drives people to purchase things to protect themselves or to watch because they want to know, is this something I need to be concerned about? So, and I'm not saying that's what the intention is, but the byproduct of knowledgeable people, both in the government or with high education, engineers, threat assessors, civilian or not, these are very bright people. And so the first thing they do is look at everything from how can this kill me? That's like how they start. Like, I've talked to a lot of NASA guys in my life, and that's how they do a lot of things. They're like, okay, we have a concept of what we want to accomplish, and we set off that hypothesis. We get the engineering working on the project, and then while they're doing that, we're thinking about what's going to go wrong. What, how do we die here? How does this backfire? Because that's their number one concern, is loss of life, right? So I feel like them, unfortunately, it gets sensationalized because that's what's going to grab the headlines. But the default setting of any intelligent person, whether they're intelligence, engineering, anybody that's intelligent that does something that's high risk or part of a team that's high risk, whether it's trying to fly Mach 10 or fly to space, or even I'm sure Elon Musk with a bunch of his dudes at SpaceX, he's probably got a lot of people. That's all they do is think about what can go wrong. And so I think that unfortunately gets the most press, but that's just natural progression of how any of these projects would work. I don't think it means the threat level has gone up. I think we're getting to talk to smarter people. That's what I think. I think more intelligent people are taking the lead on some of these sound bites.
Before we go on, if you have any questions for Random Guy, put them in capital letters. And let's say hello tonight to Data and Big J and Stephanie Jackson's come in. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Jonathan Davies, little Johnny Davies, is asking, Random Guy, what are your thoughts on the cattle and human mutilation cases worldwide then?
Good question.
That's weird. No, that's weird stuff, man. That's one of those things, like, that's a Skinwalker Ranch thing. It's like, so is it aliens? I don't know. Is it some kind of electromagnetic thing that's making other animals go crazy and eat each other or attack each other? I don't, like, there's all kind. That's the kind of stuff they're doing at Skinwalker that I think is awesome. I don't know. I don't have an answer. That's beyond my expertise. But yeah, that kind of stuff is tangible. It's repeatable, and it's happening in multiple regions. So, like, when we look at UFO stuff, those are the kind of similar things we want to look at. Is this something that's realistic? Like, is there some kind of, other than a dude said he saw it? Yeah, we've seen the bodies, right? There's been witnesses. There's provable evidence of it. It repeats in the same manner, and it repeats in places where it couldn't be the same person if it's a hoax. And that's huge across any of these things that we're doing investigations with.
Right. Hi, Sadie Rowe. How you doing? And let's see who else is. Jonathan wondering, have you ever spoken to Mike Gold, former NASA guy?
Maybe. I don't know. I've spoken to I've been in a lot of hangars, you guys, with a lot of different people and a lot of different things. I've spoken to people that later on, a year or two later, I would talk to a guy, and he's like, yeah, you know, that person that was, with the president or on TV, that was the guy that was giving us that briefing. And I was like, oh, no shit. I was hungover. Like, I wasn't even listening to what he was saying. Like, that kind of stuff happens a lot. So yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I just want to say this because Brown Dwarf is wondering what you know about the missing 411 phenomena. But before we go into that, I do want to mention that Random Guy is he's not a ufologist. He's not in our field. So, like, for instance, up until a few weeks ago, he had no clue who Luis Elizondo was. He had no clue who Chris Mellon was, or Eric Davis, or Tim Taylor, or any of these people who are involved within our community. He's a very studious guy. He's now doing crash courses on learning on who all these names are. So if we drop names on him, he may not know the answer. He's coming at it from strictly, this is my background, this is what I know, this is how I am, or that he is able to help us learn where we should be looking comparatively where we shouldn't be looking, because that place or that place or that place may be a waste of time. Am I correct on that?
No, you hit it on the head. I don't know really anything about, and that's why I think there was a lot of confusion with me in the audience in the beginning of, hey, this guy's a condescending asshole, because I'm laughing because I'm like, dude, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just know some things that are just completely false, and I laugh. I don't mean to, because I'm just used to that. So yeah, maybe I am a condescending asshole. I don't know, but that wasn't my intention. I'm here to help. So I'm trying to learn how to, like, I don't know all these projects and references and stuff. It's never been like my passion to learn about it. I've heard a lot of stuff over the years, like, you know, obviously Lazar and a few others. We've talked about those. Dave already knows. But yeah, some of the stuff, like, I don't know what you'd have to tell me what it's related to, and then I could perhaps give insight. But other than that, I don't know.
All right. So have you learned at all about the missing 411?
I have not. I don't know. I have no idea what that means.
So what this is there's a former police officer named David Politis who over the last number of years has written a number of award-winning best-selling books about people who vanish in places where they just, it's like they drop off the face of the earth and they're never seen again. And a lot of the conclusions tend to point towards cryptids or aliens or people walking into different dimensions and never to be back on this dimension again. And he set a list of categories that each case has to, I believe it's like 10 categories. And for a case to qualify, it has to have a minimum of 5 of those categories to qualify.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't help you there, man. That's so beyond my experience. I would just be like asking a dude off the street. I have no insight for that, to be honest with you. And I'll tell you guys that too. Like, I'll disappoint you a lot. Like, more than my ex-wife, when I tell you guys, like, I just don't know how to do it. And you're gonna be like, what? Thought you were the man. I'll be like, yeah, I was not really the man. Dave said I was the man. But
Joe wants to know, is there any paranormal place you won't go to besides your house that you moved out of because of me?
I probably wouldn't go anywhere near Dave's house. I would, yeah, I'd probably be scared. I'd probably feel safer at Skinwalker Ranch than at Dave's house, to be honest with you. But yeah, nothing I can think of. I'm not a big ghost guy. Ghosts freak me out. So Dave will tell you, I had one in my old house, and literally, like, in irrefutable evidence, I'm home alone and I'm getting these paranormal doors, things moving, like noises, lights, the whole 9, you guys. And I literally would call Dave and I'm like, nope. And I'm saying out loud to the ghost, nope, not seeing it, not recognizing it. Don't care what you do. I'm not seeing it. And I was laughing and Dave's cracking up because I'm like, I'm not letting that in my life, bro. Like, I don't even want to know. Like, I don't even want aliens is one thing because I can deal with that. That's logical. Ghosts, you're going to freak me out. Like, no, I don't want no part of that, bro. Give me spiders and snakes. Give me somebody in a firefight. Like, I'd rather be in a gunfight than have a ghost in my house, bro.
Can you
like,
tell? Do you mind telling one story about when you were on the phone with me and your buddy actually watched your thing fly off where it was?
Dude, I don't want to even go there. Like, it was just freaky. I don't want to bring it back here at the new place. So
Oh, you're fine.
I feel like if I speak of it, it conjures it. Like, I'm not a religious person. I'm not a ghost person. I wasn't even a UFO person. Like, this stuff, I like to be ignorant. I feel like ignorance helps. Like, my third eye, people talk about opening a third eye. I'm like, cover that shit, close it. Like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I got too much on my plate right now. I can't do it. Like,
It's so funny.
I'm ignoring the hell. Even when I definitely see it, I don't see it. I'm like a New York subway rider when it comes to ghosts. Like, people could get murdered in the car, and I'm just looking out the window, reading my newspaper. Like, it's like,
I'll tell the story.
No, feel free to tell the story. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not bringing
So
it in this
random
house.
guy
So,
is on the phone with me.
Not a
Random
chance.
guy is on the phone with me, telling me this story about his kids back
Dude.
again their Spider-Man toy,
Bro.
and his buddy is sitting in the background watching TV, and I guess is facing random guy's kitchen, where all of a
Dude.
sudden his what do you call that? Your holster? What do you call that? Flak jacket? What do you call that?
What are you talking about? My holster.
His holster literally picked up from the chair.
I have a belt. I had a belt. Okay, so I carry guns 24 hours a day. I have gun belts. They're much more rigid than a normal belt you'd wear for style because it has to hold the gun and support it. I took my gun belt off with my holster in it and lied it over the chair. Okay, so the weight, we're talking about something that probably weighs 3 pounds, sitting there sedentary for hours. That's what Dave's talking about.
Yes. And all of a sudden it was like somebody picked it up and threw it across your kitchen onto the floor. And your buddy was like, "What the hell?" Well, it was on the phone. So, and just for record, all this crap apparently started happening after random guys started talking to me.
Yes.
So he's blaming me for this.
100%.
It's all connected. Bro. And the fact you're so funny, you're like, I can handle ETs but not ghosts, but it's all connected. And the fact that you're categorizing ghosts and ETs,
I feel like my bullets
is like a rookie mistake.
Aliens and ghosts.
The audience is all laughing because like it's all the same thing.
Oh yeah. Let's go back to Joe here. Random guy, where do you think the new Area 51 is?
No comment.
No comment. Derek wants to know, random guy, how serious do you think the threat is going to war with Russia right now?
Almost non-existent. It would take literally it would take a rogue actor. So like, how many movies have you guys seen in the last 20 years? And movies are BS, right? But there is one component that is accurate. Hardcore patriots, whatever, for Russian, they could have rogue factions, a rogue general, a rogue submarine, a rogue jet. They could do something really bad that could cause us a big problem. But even with that, I feel like there might be like a brief exchange and people go, "Oh, no, we don't want nuclear war." Like, I feel, you know what I mean? They're stretched too thin. Ukraine's kicking their butt. They have no choice but to press the button. Like, against us, they would have it wouldn't even be funny. Like, it would be humiliating how bad it would be. They couldn't get out of their own way. The only thing they could do is get their subs out and launch nuclear tactical weapons. That's it. There's nothing else they could do against us. So yeah, they could mess us up if they wanted to, but we would literally parking lot Moscow. So it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. More likely, we would flatten North Korea or Iran before that happened, in a practical sense, in a more kinetic way.
There you go.
Hate it.
There you go. All right, let's go to
peace.
Let's see what else we got.
Peace by deterrence.
Hi, Nikki in Seattle. She laughs. She goes, "You definitely won't want to be around me then. Lots of ghosts." And let's see, Vash the Impaler, how you doing? And Another one from Joe. Has Love v. Love started stalking random guy yet? Well, that's not nice.
I mean,
That's not
I'm
nice.
joking. Very friendly person. I'll find you.
Tanner Dude Man, welcome to SOR chat. My uncle is 1/8 ghost. Lost his left leg and could still kick stiff with the phantom limb. That's that whole phantom limb thing is weird.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Oh, please
Cool.
do for my birthday.
All right, here's your birthday question, and it's a science and technology question for you.
Oh, I love it. Perfect.
All right. So I was wondering if you had heard of displacement technology, where next generation tech is being used to basically grid out the sky and detect displacement waves looking for UAP and UFO.
No.
I like that answer. Great. I've never seen your eye so close winking.
It's a beautiful eye. Not a beautiful face, but my eyes they're captivating.
They are just a treasure.
When the sun sets, they're like a blue, green. Little Chinese food.
So that theoretical technology that I'm talking about is potentially being used to get an idea of how these things are entering and exiting our Earth's atmosphere. And if so, we will be seeing data pretty quickly coming from that. Do you think that if that's a real thing, that we will publicly get a chance to see results? Or is this the kind of high-tech stuff that we just won't get results of in the public? Theoretically, of course.
Unlikely. But the good news is this. You're not going to get to know any of the cool stuff. That's the bad news. The good news is it's not going to get in the way of you finding the truth about the ETs. Like, so that's the thing, is like, as I mentioned before, a lot of this stuff is protected because it's too close to what we're doing, right? And I feel like I support that. I support all that should stay secret. I really do, because it keeps my family safe and yours. You should support that too. The problem is some of the truth that has nothing to do with what we're doing gets obscured out of necessity because it's too close to what we're, you know what I mean? Like, there's a crossover there, and if it gets anywhere close, it's like, well, it's aliens. Like, you know, and we don't know anything about aliens, so good luck.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so like, what do you do with that? Like, I just don't think you're going to get anything, man. I don't.
Well, I think Space Force showed its hand a little bit in how it responded when asked about how it was handling the incursions over our airspace. And it simply, and as if you remember, it kind of gave a little of information on how it discerned things and what its focus was. Do you think that there is anything that is in that other, or the gray box, that holds a lot of concern that they're just not talking about?
Other than I'm a broken record, dude, but I think that the water stuff, I think all the naval stuff. So like, there's going to be two ways this is going to go down. Like, collectively, we're eventually somehow, some way, going to get definitive evidence as a people, society, video, interaction, undeniable mass event, something, or the secret's in the water. I'm so sure of this. Like, they're hiding in the water. If they're here, it's not caves. It's not under Denver Airport. It's not any of this other crap, dude. They're in the freaking water. Like, I'm 90% sure of it. I truly believe that.
And Space Force was saying that it was loaning some of its capabilities in helping us with getting more information on the downed objects, for example, right? That was their statement, is that they were learning
satellite flightovers.
Well,
what is that?
I'm assuming that means satellite assets, things like that usually, right? I'm just assuming.
No, I get it, but I'm like, you already had an F-22 100 feet away from it taking pictures.
Right,
Like,
but I'm thinking before they even got those, they probably used satellites and probably had everything they needed right there, right? Potentially.
Well, what you can assume What we don't know, but you could probably assume, what came out today that we were talking about picture-wise that was confirmed today, this morning?
The photograph from the spy plane.
Okay, so what aircraft was that?
The U-2.
U-2, yeah.
Okay. Before this picture came out, did you ever hear any mention of a U-2 following a balloon? No. You think that the U-2 wasn't following, or other aircraft that were not fighters were not following the other objects within selfie distance? Yeah.
Excellent.
If that makes sense to you. The whole satellite space force. Yeah, we're going to give all our resources. We're going to give it's like the old sports interview. Yeah, we're just going to go out there and give 110%, do our best. And, it's all canned. Space Force, yeah, we're involved too. Give us money. We're involved too. Like, you know what I mean? But realistically, every single one of those things there's probably selfies of all of those things somewhere on some dude's iPhone that's like showed his wife, and he's like, dude, you can't tell anybody.
And like, what are the chances that image was faked and then leaked to the war zone? Theoretically.
You talking about Mosul? You said
Mosul, or even the U-2 spy plane balloon photo.
The U-2 spy plane, that's 100% legit. That's legit. And I only know that because I have a lot of photographs from inside of U-2 from missions they flew for me, and they gave me, I got all kinds of cool stuff I can actually show you that's not classified from U-2, from the aspect, the instrumentation, the cockpit framing, the shadow that's cast. That's real. It's real. That's
you
not
could
fake.
see the shadow of the plane on
yeah,
the
dude, it's 100% real. I actually flew, or never mind. I didn't. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, yeah, I did stuff with U-2s. I wasn't a pilot or anything, but I worked around them. And so like, that's legit, man. That's legit.
Cool.
I can show you guys. I can show the chat some of that stuff. It's not classified from Iraq that I got declassed that they did for me. They flew flags for me. They took pictures for me. They did all kinds of cool stuff from the recon unit down there at Al Dhafra.
Badass.
Very cool. Hi, Plutarchos. Welcome to SOR chat. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Who else has come in late here a little bit? Random guy. I've got an interesting question that I haven't asked you yet. You've been feeling the feel of the UFO community the last 6 weeks or so now. Okay. Out of all the conspiracy theories that we talk about in this field, which one makes you laugh the most, and which one makes you scratch your head the most?
Ooh. Well, without being too specific, most of the stuff that makes me laugh is certain claims about places in Nevada that certain prominent people have worked that I know the truth. That's the most laughable. And then the ones that make me scratch my head are the stuff in the Navy, the stuff in the ocean. That's why. Those are probably the two. I can't be more specific, unfortunately, but I think you guys get what I'm saying.
And do you think that the Navy videos are of those things, or do you think those Navy released videos were...
Some of them, okay, so in my opinion, without going into case by case, I'll say this as a blanket statement. I believe some of the objects even shown as evidence of not our stuff potentially could have been our stuff. And that we might have been testing it against ourselves, and then it got mixed up in this whole thing. I'm not going to say what or how or when, but that's my opinion on that.
Thank you.
Random guy. Joe wants to know if you ever were at Beale Air Force Base.
Nope. And that makes sense. That's a great question because that's where the U-2s are based out of primarily.
Joe lives about 40 miles north of Beale, and the U-2 flies over his place every day.
Yeah, I knew exactly why he's asking that. Yeah. No, I was never at Beale. I've never even been there. Like, I've driven by it in a U-Haul once, but I've never even been on base in Beale Air Force Base. No.
Chairman Meow, how you doing, buddy? Says, random guy saying Bob is a fake.
Bob, I don't know Bob. I need more information.
Bizarre.
Little
I need
Bobby,
more. I need more information. to
Little
know.
Bobby Lazar.
little Bobby Laser.
I'll tell you this. Ask me that question in Vegas, and I will give you a definitive answer. They cannot be reproached.
Fair answer.
Peggy wants to know, random guy, what's on the front of your hat?
It's the
It's
Major
New
League
York-
Baseball logo.
The other
And the
side,
New
I
York
think.
Yankees on the back.
You know it. I wear almost all. So just so chat knows, the reason Dave makes fun of how I wear my hats, because almost all my hats are either black or red. I don't wear any other color, and I have every team that I like, I get it in red and black, not their standard colors. So like, yeah, this is a Yankee hat, and I wear them like this, or I wear it like this, or I do just to piss Dave off. I do all that stuff. So Dave's like, get off my lawn. I will tell you a true story though. I grew up in Southern California. I'm a Yankee fan. People are like, how the hell is that even a thing, right? Poser, front runner, whatever. No. My stepdad's family came from New York. They are so hardcore Yankees. Like when you're a kid, you root for who your dad roots for, right? So my stepdad was like all about the Yankees. They were so hardcore. My grandfather met Mickey Mantle. He named his son, my uncle's name is Mick. Like his legal name on his birth certificate is Mick. That's how hardcore my family is about Yankees. So yeah, I am a Yankee fan from Southern California. And my Angel fan friends, because I live in Orange County, absolutely hate my guts. Everybody's rooting for Trout. I'm pulling for Judge.
Yeah.
I love the Yankees. I'm not going to lie. I love the Yankees. All right, let's go to Nikki in Seattle.
Yes, I am Irish.
How about Walker Lake in Nevada?
Nothing I could talk about.
I don't even know what or who Walker Lake is.
Vaguely familiar, but I got nothing to talk about.
Google.
Dave, what's your opinion on Walker Lake in Nevada?
Well, I know it's a great basin in western Nevada. 11 miles long, 5 miles
Inquiring
wide.
minds want to know.
Right in Mineral Country or County.
I lived in San Diego for a few years and Huntington Beach. Mostly. Yeah. Mostly San Diego, Huntington Beach, NorCal for a minute. I got a house in Vegas, little townhouse, so I spend time there. But pretty much Vegas and Orange County.
Derek is wondering, so you're saying Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell and all of them are fakes?
I don't believe I said that. Did I say that? I don't think I said that. I said certain individuals from certain places making certain claims in certain places. I would never say such a thing. I would never say that.
All right. Jonathan in the UK, the Nimitz stuff never would have been our tech with fake fishing boats spying on the group constantly.
Never would have been our tech with fake fishing. What does that even mean? So you're saying that because that the Nimitz is observed often, that it would be unlikely that they would encounter our stuff as a UFO? Now, again, remember, the Nimitz encountered this stuff. They witnessed it. They recorded it. They're not claiming they were the ones that launched the stuff, right? Or am I missing something here?
Well,
So
the fake fishing
what's
boats
that?
obviously would have been Chinese fishing boats.
Well, yeah, they also do drone stuff. Also, like I said, they do psyop stuff. They're doing all kinds of light shows now. Like my buddy that works the Navy, he's in the Pacific Fleet right now. He tells me some silly crap they're doing out there, man. And they don't let him have cell phones where he's at. So it's, but yeah, he's told me some of the Chinese, the games they're playing now is just, it almost sounds entertaining, to be honest. Like, as long as you're convinced that they're not attacking, if you just take it from the element of they're there doing psyops or testing or whatever, it's like entertainment for a lot of these guys. I know the government in general is not entertained by it, but I'm saying for individuals witnessing it, they're like, these mofos, what are they doing? Like,
And is it stuff like shining lasers at each other
yeah,
and stuff like that?
all that stuff, lights, lasers, imagery, putting stuff on the propellers. So like they might have a drone with 4 propellers on it, and they have LEDs doing different designs, so they think Jesus is coming down or what, like just anything you can imagine, dude. And then if it's cloudy or foggy, they can project the lasers and stuff for like miles and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, they're playing games, man. But that's stuff they write books about. It's not a threat immediately to us or imminently or anything like that.
Hey, everybody wants to know the size of your ball cap.
What's that? No one asked that. What are you talking about? No one asked that.
That's a size 8.
No, it's not. 7.5.
I've seen your melon. There is no way that's a 7.5.
Bro, it's 7.5.
I think he knows. 7 5/8. 7
Sure.
6/8. 7 3/8.
Anywhere in there, I'll take it. But
6 3/8. We got a 5 4/8. 5.5. Going to 5.5. 5 1/4.
I can't read that. What does it say?
It's an 8. It's an 8.
You have an 8? You have a bigger... Well, you have hair. I don't have hair. See, I'm shaved head. So maybe if I had more hair...
Tomorrow.
Right now I'm growing it out because I want to do the mohawk for Vegas. So I'm going to grow it between now and May.
Here's a question. How many alphabet agencies are going to be at the SOR fan party?
Well, here's a fun fact. If you're in Vegas, even as a tourist, all of them. 24 hours a day, there's a representative of all three letter agencies. Las Vegas has the most intelligence people outside of New York and the entire planet. And everybody's like, why? That doesn't make sense. Because guess who comes here for R&R? First of all, people from all over the world. And then it's a great way to sneak in their intelligence people on vacation. And then you could drive to LA, you can drive to Dallas, you could drive to San Francisco, undetected on your visa, collect your intel, fly back, gamble some racks, get a hooker, fly back to your country with your intel. That's why. And that's why we have so much. We have a ton of OSI, a ton of CIA, a ton of NSA. Like, literally, I think 20% of Vegas works for the government. Like, they actually live here. It's funny. It's just a big honeypot for foreign intel.
Wow.
And I'm not joking.
Hey, Corey Cole, how you doing?
So Jonathan Davies brings up a great point about putting our own tech out there, putting our ultra secret tech, in fact, in a place where our enemies could detect or use sensors on them, or even recover them for that matter, if they were to have a malfunction. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think I've talked to you guys about why I think that the naval stuff is legitimate. Because when the government tests something, they don't just say, hey, let's go build this thing and go fly it or drive it or whatever. They don't do that. They make sure they have systems in place, test, record, above, around, radar, underground, everything, satellite. They test these things. But then the other thing that's very important, they make sure that if something goes wrong, they can recover it without anybody knowing about it. So when you're out in the middle of the ocean in some of these places, highly unlikely they're testing something that has no way to be recovered with some of these ships, right? So I'm not saying it's completely impossible, but it's highly unlikely that they're going to test something that can't be immediately recovered. If you're in international waters, you got to worry about. So like over here in the United States, people talk about the balloon and satellite thing, right? Like, why is a balloon better than a satellite? A satellite, we can track it. Everybody knows all of our satellites. We know everybody else's satellites. And guess what happens when they fly over? We push everything in the garage, throw a tarp over it. You know what I mean? Like, we know they're coming. Time to put it away. It's literally like that. Balloon, can't plan for that. Drones, you can't plan for that. So when you're in international waters, if you have a super top secret thing, you're at a risk of losing the asset. You're at a risk of being observed uncontrollably. This is not how that works. That's not how they do it. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So it's much more higher percentage of it being an actual anomaly than one of our assets when it's out to sea like that, especially in international waters.
All right, let's
Can't hear
see.
you.
Sorry,
Derek.
bud. Can I ask a quick question before we
Yeah.
move on? Considering one of the cases that may include an anomaly, during the debrief for people that are in the military, do you know if they are considering, or do they ask specifically about the psychological aspect of some of these things? Do you know specifically, would that be of interest to them?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Well, so if there was an event, say on the Nimitz, did they go and debrief the people that witnessed that, and would they be interested in the
Oh, of
psychological
course they would.
aspects of that?
Of course they would. Of course they would. Now, to what degree, I would know. I'm not there, but of course they would. Anytime there's an event that involves either our assets or an incursion by foreign assets, that event gets recorded. There's a debriefing that occurs of the individuals. What did you do? What did you observe? Like, that has to get passed up to command so that they can collate that information and make good decisions about what the threat matrix is related to it and what to do to prevent that from happening again, or to put safety measures in place to protect personnel and the assets we have.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right, we're only going to go a couple more minutes here, so I got to get up with my son in the morning. Joe wants to know if you've ever been to China Lake.
I been there technically, I guess, geographically, but not like working. I've never been like doing anything out there. I've been around it though. If that
Hey,
makes
we
sense.
Root the Farm, how are you? Derek wants a random guy. What would a war with China look like?
You're looking at it right now. I mean, there's different versions of war with China, because we could have trade wars, we'd have cyber wars, and we are actively engaged in those constantly, believe it or not. Ideological subversion, like what the Russians tried in the 80s, where they try to infiltrate social media and promote things, all that stuff's a war. If you're talking about kinetic war, it would look like a major ass whooping on their part, because if we want to be totally gangster, and we're not even talking about nukes, we want to be totally gangster, we could take out their water. Because giving 1 billion people water, if we're just like, whatever, F it, kill them all, we could do it without nukes. They know that. They got a big Navy, but they're not very advanced. Their number one strategy they would do is hack the hell out of us. They'd probably EMP us. I'm sure they have probably more sleeper cells here than anybody else for doing nefarious things that mess with our infrastructure, whether it's educational institutions or even within the government. They're really, really good at getting in deep and spying and getting secrets, and they're really smart about how they go about it. But ultimately, we could just wipe them out. It wouldn't even be close. If we really just said, F it, I don't think it would come to that. I think we're more apt to see these kind of trade wars, maybe cyber back and forth, where it's not state government. Because what happens every time, whether China's doing something with Huawei or anybody else, they're like, no, that's a private company. That's not us. There's no such thing as a private company in China. The military backdoors every single company in China. So they do these little proxy games. That's what you're more likely to see. And with the amount of debt that they own of ours, the amount of commerce and money they receive from us, we're not going to go to war. If we went to war with China, it's pretty much everything is screwed. It's sad, but they have no chance of beating us. Not at all. We can literally fight them in Russia at the same time. No stress. Promise.
Penny wants to know, but how many of those government agency people in Vegas, they're not for the buffets and hookers?
And yes, I saw the chat. Yes, hookers are actually illegal in Vegas by law. I was joking, but that doesn't mean they're not here. But yeah, it's not legal here. A lot of people that get that confused. No, it's just the way it is. So that's the other thing. If you work in intelligence, even if you're American, and you come party in a place like Vegas, you might make bad decisions, right? So that's the other reason you got so many OSI people here. That's the other reason you got so many NSA people here. They're babysitting some of our own people, right? I can't tell you how many times I've been out in Vegas and run into people and they're opening their mouth about stupid stuff. And then I catch them and I'll say one thing that there's no way I could possibly know, but to let them know that I know where they work. And they just go, they turn white because they know they effed up. Like, loose lips sink ships. Got to take care of your business, right? And people are human, though. So you get a good-looking girl, you get drugs, you get gambling. So, yeah, that's why OSI and these other guys, they watch this place like a mofo.
All right, let's go over to Tony in the UK. Is there a certain NDA topic that is or has a gray area that you can talk about?
I'm talking about all of it. I talk about everything. Literally, if I can't talk, I just say no comment, guys. I'm not playing that game. I'm a patriot. I'm taking my secrets to the grave. I have no, and the great part is I can do what I need to do for you guys and for the community without even getting involved, because I never worked with an alien, never worked with the UFOs. We talk about that all day, and my opinions on it. It's not a secret. I'm just here to cut the crap on the things that are clearly not alien. That's all I'm here to do. But so I'm trying to be as open as possible. You guys ask the questions, I'll answer them. Simple as that.
Corey Cole is asking, the Chinese have secret police stations in the U.S.?
I don't know about police stations. I hadn't heard that. I know they have people here, and they have people that babysit their own people. So they'll send intelligence people here on like 10-year contracts, 20-year contracts. And they'll literally send them here when they're like teenagers. And like go to college there, get a job there. Like that's real stuff. Like that's a thing. And then they send their overlords here to check them because they know who they are, to see if they're talking. They go up to them in bars.
That's one of the big things that they're noticing is happening a lot in Vancouver and Toronto with their giant Chinese populations that have been coming in the last few years. Is they're catching a lot of that. Derek, you get the final question tonight. What are your thoughts on CERN?
Crazy stuff, right? We're finding the origins of the universe. No, it's super cool stuff. We're learning a lot. I don't think, here's the funny part. If they found something that was mind-blowing, they probably already figured it out anyways and hid it. They already hid it from us. Is that the where the Mandela effect comes from? I don't know. I believe it. It's not Berenstein Bears, guys. Come on. I'm an 80s kid. I know these things.
Come on. We know you're a big Mandela effect guy.
I love you guys, man. I love you.
It's good to see your face there, buddy. Hi, Becky Anglin. How you doing?
That's the first time literally anybody's ever said that in the history of my life.
What's that?
No one's ever happy to see my face, except my kids. My kids love me.
We all love you, dude.
We all love you.
Yeah.
Happy 44th birthday there, random guy.
Appreciate it.
Many happy returns, brother.
Going to NASCAR on Sunday again. We're going to try this one again. Hopefully I don't get freaking SARS again or whatever the hell I had last week. They're not going to let me drive the car this week, though. So that's
could you do me one favor?
What's up?
If you see the Guns N' Roses car, take a picture of it for me.
Done. Got you.
Got my tickets today. Oh, yeah. My son is pumped.
Axel kind of fell off, but I hope it works out for you.
It's going to be great. This will be concert number 8 for me.
Wow.
Jeez.
I did one, and what was it, Use Your Illusion 2 in like 94, somewhere in there. That was the only Guns N' Roses concert I went to. I was a freaking teenager. It was awesome. But I've seen some of the clips on TikTok, what they're doing now. It's like, not the same.
I will tell you this. This will be my 3rd time seeing the reunion. And I know this is an unpopular answer, but I think the band was better when DJ Ashba and Ron Bumblefoot Thal were playing guitar in the band with Richard Fortus over Slash.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you have that opinion for yourself.
Slash cannot play the Chinese Democracy album. Can't. He's not that type of guitarist.
Def Leppard, anyone?
Love Def Leppard.
I saw them play.
Overrated.
Guns N' Roses.
They're like the opener for Guns N' Roses. They're not actually. No one goes to watch Def Leppard.
Yeah, but they go. It's like having
Def Leppard's
toast and
like
butter.
what t-shirt contest music. Like, come on, bro. Like,
They go together. Like
dudes don't just sit around and listen to Def Leppard. Hey, bro, check out my Def Leppard album. Like,
what?
no
They
one
were
does.
awesome. Sorry, I also liked Rush a lot. I'll just throw that up.
Hey,
to
I love me some Getty. Yeah,
Getty,
okay.
Rush.
I think I'm
I'm
the
with
only
you on that
Canadian
one. I'm
who
with you
gets-
on that one.
You don't like Rush, and you're from Canada. That's like,
Yeah, you're gonna get deported to Nicaragua or something.
YYZ. I
know.
mean, come on, Tom Sawyer. Even everyone liked that album.
Tom Sawyer. Okay, I'll give
Holy
you Tom
Triumphant.
I just think there's
Limelight.
better Canadian bands out there. Tragically hip. Tragically hip.
We could just name bands all night.
Hey Bailey, how you doing? All right, guys. Big thank you tonight to Human Carl, Science Bob, T2E, Pam H, Deb, Kira, Jeff, and Cat Chaser for the super chats. Very much appreciate the love. Thank you to everybody who's given us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, and hit subscribe. We had, you know what's weird about the YouTube algorithms? We had a grand total of 4 new subscribers since last night. And while I was setting up for the show, one dropped. I haven't had 4 subscribers in one night for months.
Dude, my new channel is going crazy.
Are you finally up to 12?
Dude, I got 800 subs in 3 weeks from 0
Good for you.
on my new channel.
Do you want to plug it?
Definitely not.
Okay.
But it's killing right now. Like, I'm gonna be monetized in less than a month. Who does that?
You
I've
do,
had other
buddy.
channels that took years to get monetized. Like,
That's awesome.
what the hell?
That's great.
That's good. That's good.
I'm gonna go sledding tomorrow, you guys. It's gonna be fun.
All right.
Nice.
Don't break anything.
Nice. Yeah.
I'll be I'll wear my helmet.
Don't harm those Howie Mandel good looks.
Yeah, I'll put on my full head helmet for you guys.
I'll just like to say this, chat. Is this the face of somebody that would lie to you? Yes, it is. No, I'm just joking.
It didn't help at all.
Only
2
for my
steps
own
forward, 3
pleasure,
steps
though. I'm just kidding. I love you,
On
chat.
that note, tomorrow night on the show, Marla Ventura is back talking all sorts of dark monsters that are roaming through the night. All stuff random guy doesn't believe in until he comes to BC here and we show him some Bigfoot, Dogman, and Little
Some
people.
thunder tookie up there. Let's go.
Good night, everybody.
Love you guys.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.